Can I get a little? Let me get a little.
Decision maker, here's the wire. Gasoline got it.
Can I get a little?
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe K just swept his signature plays.
Can I get a little more?
4 to 5, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
Brad Cox told me this horse was legit. He certainly looks it. I'm heading to the windows.
And they're off.
Best bet winner, favorite against. What about your long shot?
This is the one we need. This is when we get paid. Bring this long shot in and we'll be looking real good.
Let me get a little more.
Kevin Kilroy, the man, has been on absolute fire.
You've got to trust your luck, and you've got to bet with confidence.
Yeah.
All the way to the wire. Bingo!
We know one thing's for sure. If you get it right, you're going to get paid.
Go to the bank, make it rain.
Can I get a little more?
Welcome to Churchill Downs. Friday, we've got 10 races on the card for you. We also have a sloppy main track. We can see it there in the photos there. Rain coming down up from Hurricane Francine and giving us a little bit of taste of that Gulf Coast weather here in Louisville. Cloudy, 71 degrees. Winds coming out of the east at 7 miles per hour. We got things started last night, and I'll tell you what, hat tricks for Tyler Gaffalione and Louis Saez. You know they mean business coming out and getting 3 wins apiece. Also, Joe Sharp and Rusty Arnold got doubles. So that's a big lead there for our 3-week meet here. And we'll see if they stay hot coming in here today. Today's Derby City 6 jackpot carryover pool, $3,000 teed up and waiting for you. Always a fun bet to take a swing with. We've got a nice feature in here. We've got Lilu, Uppercase, and we've also got Speedy Traveler in there too. They're gonna lock horns in today's featured allowance sprint. More about that in a little bit. Of course, Twin Spires always has something good for us, offering a $150 entry feeder into tomorrow's NHC qualifier. We'll say more about that, but take a look at the tournaments that Twin Spires is rolling out. And the road to the Kentucky Derby and Oaks, it begins tomorrow, people. The Iroquois and the Pocahontas, strong 2-year-olds. What a crop. Excited to see those 2 stakes race who have really come up strong. So we're gonna lead you through the card. When I say we, I mean me, Kevin Kilroy, and of course, Tony Kalo in the house. Tony, good to have you here. How's it going?
Going great, Kev.
Yeah, Tony, at Ellis Park all summer. I loved his calls. I'm sure you did as well. Hopefully we can love your picks today. You got some good ones for us?
I sure hope so. Looks a little chalky, though. I've got quite a few short price horses, but, you know, hey, maybe we can make a little splash.
Maybe we can make a little splash. I see the latter half of the card quite chalky. You know, 1 wide open race, 2 2-year-old races, the big one to kick things off, 1 in race 8. Race 8 looks pretty wide open. We'll see how they bet those. Always tough to get a feel for those 2-year-olds, but does look a little chalky. But beginning half of the card, I think we can find some value. So hopefully we're right. Hopefully we can find some winners for you. You know, one thing I know, Tony, Caitlin Free will find some winners for the people. She's been hot. Colonial Downs, she had a great ROI there. I know she gave out winners left and right. Big day yesterday with the expert picks. And Caitlin, you're in the paddock. You're with us. Is it raining down there, or we got better weather coming our way?
I think we have better weather coming our way, Kevin. Thank you for the compliments as well. It's great to spend the summer with you at Colonial, but it's still a little bit cloudy down here, but it has stopped raining. So I'm hoping the splashing that Tony is talking about is going to stop, at least for me down here, because I don't want to be standing out in the rain. But let's go ahead and talk about some of those tournaments that Twin Spires is offering. The tournaments are kind of new to Twin Spires, and we have some good ones coming up, including tomorrow. We have an NHC qualifier. NHC is going to be in the spring. Moved to the spring a couple of years ago, but we have some tracks that are going to be running during the NHC Fairgrounds, Turfway, and Colonial Downs. So going to be a very NHC heavy Churchill schedule coming up in the spring, but you can earn your seat in the NHC Saturday with that qualifier. But today we have a $150 feeder. Of course, if you're familiar with the NHC point system, the schedule, you have to get points in these feeder contests, get money value in order to earn points that way to also get into the NHC. So we do have that $150 feeder today. We had a $150 one yesterday. So continue to earn points, earn money on the way to the NHC coming up in 2025.
Thank you, Caitlin. Tournaments, always fun to take a swing with that. Twin Spires is doing a great job rolling out all sorts of opportunities. I saw yesterday with that $100 feeder, $350 was the winning amount. You want to keep that in mind as you're approaching these tournaments, live money. What's your goal? What dollar amount are you trying to get to win? I think $500 with that, a little bit more up with $150, $75 to play with, $75 in the win pool. If you can get $500, you're probably going to be in the conversation in that one. All right, hopefully we can help you out in that tournament. Hopefully we can help you out at the windows. We've got the first race of the day, as I mentioned, one of two-year-old races that we have to dive into. In here, we're going 6.5 furlongs. We've got first-time starters, Gayla Rose, Blushing Cam, Parking Lot Pours. We've got some turf-to-dirt runners like Boutwell Time. Tony, how'd you see this one?
I found this race difficult in the sense that we have the experienced youngsters that are all dropping in class. I thought they had somewhat suspect work patterns. Perhaps that's why they are all dropping. I kind of thought of it like a football team, that maybe the football team's a lot better than their opposition, but they've got some injuries. So I found this race a little difficult. I wanted to come up with somebody that I thought was at least training great, coming into the race on a good positive note with a good steady work tab. So I've landed on the 3 Blushing Cam. You know, you have Citizen Judy, who looks like the horse on paper with those back-to-back second and third place finishes against Better, now dropping in for the 50, but there are some suspect work patterns. So at least Blushing Cam comes into the race with a good steady Eddie program. I like the 48 move out of the gate at Ellis in early August, comes back with a recent 48 and change out of the gate. I always emphasize with gate drills with the young horses. And Caitlin, one of the first things she said yesterday when we all showed up was how Chris Hartman does so good in September. So let's try Blushing Cam here in our Friday opener.
Yeah, I think Blushing Cam looks very live in there. I think Gayla Rose looks dangerous too. Same reasons you're talking about. I went with Rosado in here. I thought that John Ennis bringing both of these out has one who really showed some speed on debut, has a good solid work tab coming in, even a bullet right before this. And blinkers on, second time out. That's a strong angle for Ennis. So I'm going to lean on Rosado and maybe get a little bit of value there. We'll see how they bet this one. That starts the early pick 5. You know you want to take advantage of that. Saw that pool get up to I think around 250,000 yesterday. And of course the pick 4 in the second race. We're going 1 mile and 1/16.
And always take advantage of the early play and the probables. You know, you get 2 races that you kind of get a sneak peek at before the sequence starts. It's always a good angle to look at those.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got Field of 7 coming in here for this one, for this non-winners of 2. We got lukewarm morning line favorite of 5-2 with a 7-2 right behind it. A lot of sort of evenly matched runners in here. Fillies coming at us, 3-year-olds and up. What'd you do with this one?
Well, yesterday I was somewhat struggling with my selections, only 1 winner on the 8 races, but I was able to go to the forecast and anticipate some rain. So therefore, we're hoping that's going to pay off with my top selection here, number 2, Perceptive. I really liked her last 2 races on wet racetracks. 2 back in the middle of July at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, a very authoritative victory when graduating over a good racetrack. A sealed muddy racetrack at Oaklawn in early May was a very good effort, missing by a head. Just for the fact that it looks like she likes a wet racetrack, and we're going to get a nice 5-1 on the morning line. I've landed on her as my top pick.
Yeah, what about Royal Blood? I remember we've had the conversation we had, I think, on the desk for the Churchill meet. We saw this one coming back for Donald Habib, and you were saying, I don't think that this race is the race for Royal Blood because the work tab just doesn't seem like we have enough drills in us. We've got 2 runs. Now we're dropping in class. I think this is a really realistic spot for the number 5 in here. Gabe Saez up. Recent work looked good. Habib, of course, riding that one in the morning. So I thought maybe Royal Blood might offer some value.
Yeah, stretching out. I like Gloriette. I've made her my best bet on today's card. So anytime I have good company lines like that, stretching out, she already has a good placing on a wet racetrack. I like your angle here at a nice price.
All right, race number 3. We've got another route race. Scratch number 1, scratch the number 2, scratch the number 6. Really, the cards hold up fairly well when you look at it across the board. So here's one that we do have 3 less. We got Dr. Kringle. I know one that we've loved. I've made this my favorite against here today.
Yeah.
But definitely could pop back into good form. Crusading coming out, be the first one for Jacobson to run at Churchill Downs. And Papa Yo, I think, is interesting.
Yeah, all of them. This race is pretty wide open. It's a $16,000 condition race. They're all searching for their second career victory, so there are a lot of question marks. You know, Dr. Kringle obviously has run some races in the past that make him look like a standout, but boy, just he's 1 for 18. You know, he caught my attention with a big run at Turfway in late January when he ran 4th with Julien Leparoux. I've been trying to get some money out of this horse since then, and all he's been doing is taking it away from me. Steve claimed him for 30. He runs a big race when finishing 2nd for 50,000. Obviously, you know, a repeat of either of those races makes him a player. I'm going to pick him 2nd. I've landed on the 9 Artwell.
Yeah.
I think Artwell has really come into good form in his last 2 races. That race on the 2nd of July on the turf, you know, the winner came back and got back to the winner's circle. I thought he showed a lot of fight. He had a good stride, even though he had been headed. A lot of times when horses get passed in deep stretch, they will just cave it in. He kept fighting. Recently against Ice-Tude, that was a good effort. And don't let his record here at Churchill fool you. He's 0 for 3, but those were all in 1-turn races. I think he's much better in 2-turn affairs. He should be prominently positioned with a very nice post.
All right, you know, I've got the number 3 Papa Yo on top, and we were just talking before when we were looking at the card earlier today. Taking horses out of Horseshoe Indianapolis has not been a good way to play over the summer at Ellis, and we'll see if that continues to be the case here at Churchill. But here we are. We both have one on top in this race. So maybe we just need to remember what we were saying earlier and go fishing in the pool.
Well, I think it was, you know, we just didn't want to get caught with a short price on Dr. Kringle.
Yeah,
we both think he can probably win, but gosh, he's broken our hearts so much. It's time to let him go. Now today he'll break through.
Dr. K coming out for Dr. A. He's looking for a 2nd win. Good win for Extra Anejo, looking good.
Yeah.
For the win there, back into form for Steve Asmussen. All right, race number 4.
Hard fought victory, to be honest.
Hard
really.
fought, it was.
Yeah, Bromley ran well off the bench.
I think Bromley's the one that you want to think about coming in there for Paulo Lobo.
I expected Extra Anejo to handle that field with a lot more ease than he did.
Yeah, I think so too. He did lose ground, you know.
Yes, he did.
He kind of ran like a 3-5 favorite in terms of the way the jockey rode him. But, you know, but speaking of Paulo Lobo and Bromley, we've got Queen Lekka coming out, going 1 mile and 1/8. One of the contenders in here, America's Vow, exiting the Alabama to run in this, optional claimer 2nd level. We've also got, I think you were in mind, top pick in here, Enclosure, Arrogate Philly, 2nd start as a 4-year-old, Juddmonte homebred, coming out for Bill Mott, Tyler Gaffalione up. You think we're going to get anything north of 3 to 5?
I don't. This is kind of why I was saying earlier, you know, I thought today had a good chance to be very formful, somewhat chalky. Enclosure is probably the reason why I'm making that statement. I didn't know a lot about Enclosure leading up to the race at Ellis. In fact, I tried to beat her that particular day. How foolish I was. Just a powerful, awesome victory. Arrogate, Juddmonte, Mott. I mean, come on. She's a repeat of anything close to her recent comeback race, and they're all running for 2nd.
I think so. I mean, I think if you did want to try to beat that one, and it could be very valuable to try to, I think Queen Lekka is the one, right? We've got 4 wins coming up from South America for Paulo Lobo. Got that one race, that first North American race. It was fine enough. I think we should be able to improve off that. So that might be the one that you could get sneaky with. America's Vow, if the value is there, but I think will probably be the obvious 2nd choice in that race.
I looked at Sultry Lass a little bit. I know Joe was fond of her in her recent start at Ellis. Didn't run that well. Perhaps that was that 1 mile race. You know, that comes out of the chute. It's like a 1.5 turn affair. Some of her races before in similar competition are pretty good. Races 3 and 4 back.
In the slop at this distance here at Churchill, it was Stir Crazy who was able to run her down there at the end, right? That was a really nice runner for Maker. So Sultry Lass could be one that you get spicy with and you take a swing against. I think the very obvious story that bettors will tell themselves.
And both the horse you selected, or you talked about, and they both would be very nice complementary exacta finishers to the favorite too.
Yeah,
they'd be good.
All right, we got the Derby City 6 firing up in the next race, race number 5. Let's take a look at the field first before we take a look and see how they got it done yesterday with the scratch of Brunch Punch coming out for Brad Cox's barn. We won't see her back today. It does seem like Our Disaster might be another one of these short prices in here. Now, just 2 races, 1 win, loose on the lead last time, but with Crackle scratching, I think the other likely pace player in this, I just think that Our Disaster might have that easy lead again.
I completely agree. I love Floridians on a wet racetrack. Showed her affinity for it with that authoritative victory when graduating. I was going to pick Brunch Punch. I even was thinking about trying to go with Crickle to upset Our Disaster. It's just by default I've got to land on her as a clear-cut number one.
Yeah, these apples just ran a new top, and if we improve off that, a 3-year-old, very likely we could take another move forward. These apples could be dangerous coming out for Eric Foster. Pula seems a little bit dangerous coming out for Phil Bauer. Second start off the layoff, second start as a 3-year-old. Maybe there's more there, but it would take a big move forward. Seems like we're just slotted to get the win here. Florida bred coming up after winning at Gulfstream Park, entered for this $80,000 tag. Maybe they claim this one away. Maybe they don't. $72,000 purse just seems like a shrewd business move to try to take as much money off the table or keep a good horse around if they don't take them. So.
And with the scratches, she just looks like she's lonely up front and waves bye-bye.
Waves bye-bye. We'll see if that's right. We'll see if that's a single. What do you think in the Derby City
Well,
6?
I've scratched into her being a single.
Yeah, likewise. Here, let's see how they got it done yesterday. Paid nicely, as it always does. This Derby City 6, a fun wager to take a swing at. We've got Burnin' Hot. That wasn't, I think at 9-2 on the morning line, so that played pretty well to begin. Eddie M, I think, was spicy there. Middy's Gritty. Brad Coxburst, her first-time starter. Echo Sound beat the Anna Karina, so that was a nice little clearer there. And of course, Extra Neho, and to spice it all off, Jimmy DeVito gets it done 7-1 there at the end.
It's not easy. I mean, I think races 6 and 7 are very logical. You could have gone 4-6, Anna Karina and Echo Sound. Maybe some people would have singled Echo Sound. We had talked about Extra Neho. He was my best bet. We had talked him that one being a pretty solid single. Other than that, I mean, I think Burnin' Hot at 3-1. I thought that price was a little light when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
Eddie M, I've gone back and watched the race over and over. I'm still having a little trouble trying to figure out how he showed up with such a big run. But, hey, that's horse racing.
Yeah.
Middy's Gritty, how about that? I mean, they flew early, and Middy's Gritty just came rolling late. That was awesome.
Rolling late. Big late move. So here's the rules of the game. It's that 20 cents minimum that really allows you to go deep in those legs that you maybe have less confidence. Open up to some chaos. 15% takeout. Love that. 90% pays out if multiple tickets get it done. 10% always carries over. If there's one ticket, you get the whole pool. So that's a nice little thing to swing for. So here's Tony's pick 6 play today. Talk us through it.
And it should be emphasized with that 15% takeout. A lot of people will think jackpot and they're already, not want to play. But with a 15% takeout, the daily payer is very nice. You don't have to be the lone ticket. Singling into or scratching into the single with Our Disaster. Race 6 could be a little more wide open. I don't know what to make a hymnal, a maiden special weight invading from Southern Cal, now in for 30,000. Is he just going to whistle, or is the horse going to come back to us? I don't know. Midway Vow's another one that I looked at. Gloriette's my best bet on the card. I'll use the all button because I was about 6 or 7 deep anyway, and now that I've scratched into a single in the first leg, I'll go all, and I think I have the last couple of races covered, at least hopefully.
Yeah, I think that race 8 is a spread race as well. Here's my ticket. Going to start with that 6. I'm going to go a little bit deeper in that second one. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. We'll talk about a little bit more about this one, but I do think this Playmaker is dangerous in there, that long shot in race 6. Give me the 6 and 9. I do think that Balladry has been looking good in the mornings. I think we could run back to that effort we saw in June. I won't go all, but I'm going to cover all the ones I really think have a good shot there in race 8. But you know what, $48, it might be worth it. I think it's $60 to play it as all. Going to single Lilu. I think that's could be a nice little spot there just to get a little separation. There's 3 logical runners in there.
Start spreading the news with the New York bred.
Yeah, New York bred coming in for Nacho Correas. Looks good in the mornings. And 3, 9, and 12, the logical ones in that last
No
leg.
Spycraft, huh?
No Spycraft. I got Spycraft once.
I'm the president of his fan club. You do know that, though.
I do. I know.
Although I have picked against him, I probably got fired.
Got to take Spycraft. All right, let's take a look here. The second leg, race number 6. Beginning of that late pick 5. Interesting one coming out for McPeak, Political Spin. Midway Vow coming out for Asmussen. This is the one I was talking about with Playmaker. I think it's dangerous at a price there. Hymnal, you said, coming out of Baffert's Barn for Will Walden, making this first start in Kentucky.
Yeah, this race I found somewhat difficult. I know you hear me say that quite frequently, but Hymnal at 3-1. I'm anticipating her being much lower. Personally, I do think she's going to be a pretty
Tyler Gaffalione up.
Pretty big time favorite. She runs second and third in a couple of starts against maiden special weights in Southern California. Now she's in for 30,000. She's probably the one to beat. I'm going to go with the 2, Midway Vow. She's going to be my sneaky pick in here. I thought she was very green in the lane on the 5th of July. I thought recently she found herself a little further back than she would have liked. I thought she finished the race with tremendous enthusiasm. Now she's going to get a little more real estate. Hopefully she's putting it all together. She has a good work pattern leading up to this. And if there are any doubts about Hymnal perhaps on this suspect class drop, maybe Midway Vow's the one to take a look at.
All right, race number 7, that last pick 4 of the day. 6 furlongs, claiming 30,000 with conditions. And we've got the full field here, no scratches. So love to see that. 11 runners. And Balladry, as I mentioned, my top pick, but Gloriette has been awfully good recently. J Sweet Rapide, I've been chasing that one forever. I might be the race, maybe today's the day. Evie's Encore, another one I've been chasing in this one. Sweet Chablis looks dangerous. What do you got in here?
I think Gloriette is the one to beat. She's my best bet on the card. I loved her defeat against Reagan's Flame on the 29th of July. Reagan's Flame came back and looked very good, winning her subsequent start. I thought recently she showed a lot of fight. Boy, they flew early. They went 21-3 and 44-3, and she's battling, and it's not like she just caved it in and got beat about a dozen lengths. She still has some fight. I think she sits a beautiful trip today, and I think she's the one to beat.
Yeah, Gloriette's been quite nice for Marianne Shearer. Luan Machado back aboard for that one. All right, race number 8. Last pick 3, and this is one we were talking about, the other 2-year-old race. Fillies, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs, and first-time starters coming at you from everywhere. And I think this could be a good field. Seems like sharp work tab, definitely coming out for big-time connections. Yeah,
this is the best part of Churchill Downs this time of the year, especially with all these good 2-year-olds. Who knows what we're going to be watching. It's every time you watch the 2-year-olds in action, you just have to stay glued to that TV because it could be a future star. I've landed on the 3 First Class Lady. I thought she ran well in her initial start as a 3-2 favorite at Saratoga. The winner, who was a big-time winner, came back and ran very well, finishing second in the Grade 1 spin away to Immersive. I've used the all button, but the 3 is my number 1 pick.
Yeah, Evanescence, exits that Echo Sound race. Definitely seems like a good one. Sunday Disruptor as well came out and ran very well for McPeak. I think that could be a key race. Had a tough start in a tight spot late. I do think Evanescence is quite dangerous in there, but quite spread as well. Taverna, I think, could improve off that one. Possibly Complex Secret, another McPeak runner. Eunomia has been working sharp for Vicky Oliver.
It's awesome.
No Sleep Till Brooklyn was a favorite in that Echo Sound race.
In the Stars, Stellar wins, baby.
Yes.
I mean, this race is cool. This is a cool race.
And working with Kilwin in the mornings.
Kilwin looked good.
Keeping good company.
Kilwin came back and looked sensational.
Yeah, Rusty's got some good ones.
Yeah.
So. Race number 9, 7 furlongs, optional claimer, 100K N3X. Lilu, Speedy Traveler, Uppercase. I do think the markets will go towards those 3.
Yeah.
Be Like Water's been working well. Bowdraw was sneaky last time.
No.
What'd you do here?
Bowdraw. Bowdraw was the DQ horse at Ellis.
Yes, kept me alive in something.
Knocked me out. Thanks a lot. See, it's funny how those work, right? Some people are happy and some people are sad. I've landed on, I think Uppercase is probably the one to beat. I should have picked her on top, but pace makes the race, and I'm hoping Speedy Traveler, although she seems to backpedal in shorter races, this being 7 furlongs, maybe she can just get out there under Jaime Torres and just control the pace and keep on going. She's fast. I know that. I know you were fond of her when she ran against Zeitlos in the Roxolana early on in the spring-summer season. So I'm going to make her my number 1 pick, but I have the utmost respect for the other 2 gals.
Yeah, Speedy Traveler, like you're saying, the distance is a question mark, and if she can relax, then she can get it, I think. But she does seem to just want to go all out and just fly from the first step. So she might be able to get a big enough lead that she's able to just take it all the way home and just break their hearts.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, but she
likes a wet racetrack, so
she does like a wet racetrack. I would not be surprised if Speedy Traveler got it done. Lilu, I think she's got some class against these, and I do think that she'll get a good trip stalking that one. So we'll see if, as you mentioned, the New York.
It's a big effort in the Grade 3 winning colors by Lilu. I know she was dismissed in the wagering, but she ran huge to clearly unhinge that day.
All right, last race of the day.
My favorite race of the day.
It is?
Yeah, I love these guys.
Yeah, these guys, right? They keep on coming back to you. Likely
They
some
do.
runners in here we'll see.
Claiming crown horse. Yeah, right.
In November, I think it's November 16th, if I have my dates right,
Okay.
right around that time here at Churchill Downs. So definitely
I got to get through
circle
Breeders' Cup first before I think about claiming crown.
I'm all claiming crown. Breeders' Cup, be damned. I just like these hard knockers. Yes, I'm a beast coming up. Rohan Crichton, who's coming up from Florida, and of course we saw that big battle in between One Cool Dude and Like a Salt Shaker last time. Born Flawless in new hands. Scratch Burning Hunk of Love. IDK's put some good efforts together. I've seen him in Louisiana, but what about Spycraft? You're not going to put this guy on top?
I've got him second. I'm going to make him my long shot pick of the day, but you know, to quote Jeff Spicoli, or at least somewhat of a Spicoli quote, all I need is a fast horse and a cool buzz, and I'm fine. One Cool Dude. You know, I was all over him at Ellis, and Kevin was on Like a Salt Shaker. Who wants it more, Kilroy or Kalo? It was Kilroy that particular day. Hopefully it'll be Kalo today with One Cool Dude.
Yeah, if the pace heats up, it really will set up, I think, nicely for One Cool Dude. He's been in fantastic form. I do think this outside post, yes, I'm a beast, is a beast. And I think gets the lead and just says adios, amigos. Would love to get 3-1. I think I take 9-5 to bet that one to win to close things out. We're done going through the card, but we're not done hearing from Caitlin Free, back in the paddock and ready to talk about stakes action on Saturday.
Well, thank you, Kevin. We do have a big day coming up tomorrow. Stakes galore, but we do have 3 graded stakes races, and we've already alluded to it. The road to Kentucky Derby in Kentucky Oaks. 151 does kick off tomorrow. Let's take a look at the field for the Iroquois Stakes, the first points race on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and this is the best Iroquois field I have seen in quite some time. Oh, and Almighty, the 5-2 morning line favorite. That has a chance to change, I think. I think it could be somebody else as we go off close to post time. Giacoso is a horse that I think is very interesting in this race coming off the turf. Kevin Kirstein has a little bit of interest in this horse at 10-1. Let's look at the second page. The horse I think is going to go off favored is Jonathan's Way, the number 10 with Joel Rosario aboard. 9-2 on the morning line. Definitely has a chance. Politically correct up there at 6-1 for Chris Davis is one that I'm interested in. 2 for 2 here at Churchill Downs and is a stakes winner over the surface. Let's take a look at the Pocahontas for the fillies on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. This is a little bit more of a wide open field. I really can't make heads or tails of this field so far. I think Atomic City under Luan Machado is a little bit interesting at 15-1 coming out of graded stakes company at Saratoga. Let's look at the second page of fillies. This drew an oversubscribed field. I know that they're very much wanting to get some of these also eligibles in. Kimchi Cat and Stiletto. I think those are the 2 horses to beat here in this race, but I think you can look some other directions. West Memorial, another stakes credentialed filly over the surface that maybe has a little bit of value up there at 15-1 under Raylu Gutierrez. But let's take a look at the older fillies and mares coming up in the Locust Grove. This is a grade 2 field actually in the Locust Grove, and this is a fantastic edition of this race. Freely Like a Girl has been such a cool horse all year round. I think she's a horse to beat here in this race. Shotgun Hottie, the 2-1 morning line favorite. Pigalle coming in off of a very nice win last time out at Ellis Park. I think she's maybe the value of your field up there at 8-1. But tomorrow, not only having a lot of stakes action, it is also College Day. Going to be giving a lot of scholarships away. It's going to be a beautiful day. So come out, participate, get involved, and doesn't hurt to have a great card signed on as well for your wagering pleasure.
Yeah, fantastic card. Big time fields. Make sure and get on the KentuckyBred.org and go to the resources videos, watch those workouts from those 2-year-olds, get a sense for how they're running, and try to maybe get that Kentucky Derby figured out here in September. We've got 10 for you today. It's sloppy track. Going to be fun. The fields have held up quite nicely. Tony, thanks for joining me. Why don't you go get a soup and a sandwich, take a break. I'm going to bring Joe Kay up, and we'll lead you through the first 4 races on the card. And let's send it down to Steve Buttleman. We've got the national anthem, of course, Travis Stone in the house, ready to give us the changes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Churchill Downs. Please rise for Steve Buttleman and stay standing for the national anthem. And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Churchill Downs for day 2 of the September meeting. If you're from the Louisville area, you're well aware that it poured this morning, so we're going to start the card with some sloppy track conditions, hopefully dodging the weather the rest of the way. Nonetheless, we are sloppy to start. Let's take a look at the scratches and changes for today's 10-race card. And there are no changes in the first. Kicks off the early pick 5. Turn to race number 2 for an overweight. Number 2, Perceptive, is a pound over. Second race, number 2, Perceptive, is a pound over. Third race, some scratches. Scratch 1, Cowboy Image. Scratch 2, Mr. Scatter. And scratch number 6, Boathouse. Scratch 1, 2, and 6. Number 8, Dr. Kringle, is a pound over. The fourth race is clear. Race 5, Scratch 4, Brunch Punch at 8, Crickle. Race 5, scratch numbers 4 and 8. Race number 6, number 2, Midway Vows, 2 pounds over. Race number 6, number 2, Midway Vow, is 2 pounds over. Nothing in the 7th race today. Turn to the 8th race. Some scratches and changes in here. In the 8th race, first off, scratch number 6, Boot Trick, scratched 6. A rider changed number 7, Kai Kai, to Ramon Vasquez. Vasquez rides number 7. And then scratch the also eligibles. 13 Mandela down through the 16 Troubler. Scratch 6, 13, 14, 15, 16. The 9th race is clear. 10th race. 10th race, scratch number 1, Burnin' Hunk of Love, and scratch number 4, Ricochet. 10th race, scratch numbers 1 and 4. So the main track is sloppy to kick off the card this afternoon. First post in 26 minutes from now. 10 of them on the docket. Best of luck and enjoy this Friday afternoon here at Churchill Downs. Turn the gate, and they're on.
All right, welcome to Churchill Downs. We are back with you the first Friday of the September meet. 10 races on the card, sloppy main track, but always clean and tidy. My man, Joe Christofek, welcome to the set.
Look at that turf course. You know, I know we're not using it in September, but it looks like it's in great shape. I remember when I came here over the summer and there wasn't a blade of grass out there. It is really seemingly flourishing. We got a lot of rain this morning. So hopefully we'll be in good shape for the fall meet in late October, early November, into early December this year, Kevin. But that's one good thing about not being on the grass, is not having to reevaluate everything the next day.
Yeah.
When the races come off, et cetera, et cetera.
And the card really held up well. Not many scratches to speak of. Big fields, opportunities, maybe some logical ones to lean on for singles, maybe some spots to take a different take on things. But we always want to know, what's Caitlin Free's take on things? She's been handing out winners like it's just nothing. What do you got? You got signature plays for us today. You got a long shot. You got something spicy on your best bet. What do you got for us, Caitlin?
I don't really have anything too spicy. It's actually going to be something coming up here in the opener. That's going to be Citizen Judy coming up here in race number 1. So not that big of a price. I believe she's 3-1 currently at the moment. She's going to be my best bet coming up here in the first race. And I think she's a horse that's going to really improve getting over a track that has a little bit of moisture in it, based on that run that she did make on debut. Wesley Keeneland was over a sloppy surface, and she ran a pretty good second behind a really nice looking winner for Wesley Ward. So I think she's got a chance to really improve here over a wet track. Into the Stars is going to be my live long shot, Daughter of Stellar Wind, coming out for Rusty Arnold. And Steve Vick said it, it's Rusty Arnold season right now with these fall races. 12-1 on a first-time starter for him. He went 2 for 2 yesterday. So I'm going to take Into the Stars as my live long shot in race number 8, a 2-year-old. And then favored against, going to come in race number 10. It's Like a Salt Shaker. I agree with your guys' picks coming up in the last race, whether it be Yes, I'm a Beast or One Cool Dude. I think Like a Salt Shaker is going to be the one that is up against it in the finale. Joe, what about you?
I went with uppercase. Uppercase U and C, lowercase the rest, but the horse I think stands out like she's in all capital letters in race number 9. I think the post for me, Kevin, was the deciding factor. I know the horse drawn to her inside, who's got some class, and Lilu looks pretty good as well. And I think that'll allow us to probably get every bit of 2-1. Really good 8th race. There are some logical horses in there. I think that race is absolutely stacked with prospects top to bottom. But if you go back and watch Kai Kai's debut, this horse was green as grass. Now puts the blinkers on. Again, you're probably going to get every bit of 12, 15, even the 20-1 morning line. And even just the horse, Kevin, that can hit the board and spice up the gimmicks in a race that does have some logical contenders. I'll make that one the live long shot. Corkage Fee for me in race number 2 is my favorite against. Horse that fits well in the race, as do 3 or 4 others, and as the likely favorite in there, going to take a stand against in the early pick 5 and early pick 4.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Corkage Fee at that 5-2 morning line favorite, but we'll see. That could be a nice little guidance from Battaglia to show you that that's a live runner if you get a good price. Maybe the table turns. I would see 5-1 on Corkage Fee. My signature plays for today, Papa Yo in that race number 3. I do think that this one's going to offer some value, 5-1. I'd love to get 7-2 or higher on Papa Yo. Chris Davis already with the win yesterday. Playmaker, 10-1 long shot. This is a full sibling to first player. Distance was no problem. First player ran very well for Paul McGee. Back on the dirt for Ian Wilkes. And then Dr. Kringle, favorite I'm against. I mean, his best does beat that field, but I do feel like we just want to take a swing against Dr. Kringle.
Yeah, I'm tired of picking on Dr. Kringle. He's been my favorite against the last couple of times. I've been successful with picking against him. Dropping in class again today. You know he's going to get bet. Maybe he finds his friends, but I'm with you. I'm against him as well.
Yeah, maybe you got off on the right time, though, to make it so public as on the signature play. We'll see if I'm going to feed the Triscuit box today. We got Tony Kalo's picks. Gloriette, she's been looking good, running against good company. I think she should be pretty live to the front, 5-2 for Marianne Shearers. Number 6 in race 7, Spycraft, live long shot, 8-1 in the morning line. Definitely a favorite of Tony's, who has looked good coming out for Jason Cook. And then, of course, Corkage Fee. Cookie Monster. A favorite against in race number 2, 5-2. Morning line. All right, hopefully this helps you navigate race number 8. We got Kai in there, Twin Spires money back opportunity. Possibly this is one you want to take a swing, $10 win bet. If you get second or third on a horse like Kai, you'll get your money back. You can save it for race 9 or 10. Take another swing with it. Another great opportunity at Twin Spires. Opt in for that. And just race 8 today that will be available. The qualifier for the tournament, the NHC qualifier, $750 is tomorrow. This is another great opportunity in the tournament sphere that Twin Spires has popped into and had a big splash with. It's an opportunity to get that seat for that trip to Vegas. March is a good time to go to Vegas. I wouldn't go in October, but March is a very nice time to go to Vegas. And you can get that through Twin Spires.
I think the pools are closed in October in Vegas.
Sometimes I hear there's no swimming in October in Vegas, so why would you want to go then? But you got an opportunity to get this entry fee paid for you from Twin Spires here today with this feeder, $150. That gives you a $75 bankroll. $75 goes to the prize pool. All that gets paid out either in seats or in cash prizes.
Yeah.
So you can play win, place, show, exacta, and double, and trifecta as well. You can play those pools. Yesterday we saw $350 get it done at $100, so $50 to wager with. I'd say $500, $600. You shoot for that. If you get that, you're probably going to win the tournament.
Yeah, it was, $20 separated the top 3 yesterday.
Yeah.
Joe Scagno, Blaze DeVito, Jennifer Gyron. Those were our top 3. Congratulations to them. And Kevin, these tournaments are so fantastic at this lower level where you can earn your way into the big tournament on Saturday, earn prize money, earn bragging rights. You're going to play the races anyway. Even if you play more than what this tournament's costing you, get in the tournament, play the tournament, and play the other races on the side as well. But I love that Twin Spires is doing it. We couldn't promote it any harder because we really, truly believe in it.
Yeah, Joe, I think it's a great muscle to learn as a horse player. What's your goal? How much money do you want to make today? How are you going to get
Great
there?
point.
What pools are you going to attack? How can you see it? What are your best opinions? How can you lean on those? So it develops a lot, and I think it just levels you up as a horse player if you're not already there. So take a swing at that, and thanks to Twin Spires for rolling all that good stuff out. Thanks to our good friends in the media center, Darren Rogers,
Holding down the fort.
Kevin Kirstein, and maybe Joe Christofek might show up tonight on Inside Churchill Downs. You can listen to this on ESPN 680 on AM 105.7 on FM, of course, ESPNLouisville.com. Maybe you're going to talk sports. You can talk football, maybe some horse racing.
You never know with those guys.
You never know.
Advice on life in general.
Maybe they're going to say they're taking Derby future wagers in the media center, and you can put some bets in with them. They're going to take our cash.
There's always a surprise or two. No, we are going to talk about the big stakes card tomorrow. I know that.
Got to do that.
Probably going to take a look back at some stuff that happened this summer at Ellis and Colonial and kind of put a bow on those situations as well. But always a good time with those guys.
It's the notes writers, the press people who have the good steam. So maybe they'll share that with you. Maybe they'll share it with everybody on air. You got to tune in for Inside Churchill Downs. All right, race number 1. No scratches. We've got 8 runners in the field. Pick 5, $58,000 in there, that early pick 5. Definitely want to take a look at that. And I tried to get a little bit more creative than what I thought. I think the money's probably going to go to the 2 and the 3, not being satisfied with the other runners in here who've kind of had their shots and haven't been too impressive. Dropping in class, we're at this maiden 50,000 level, 2-year-olds, 6.5 furlongs, slop. I thought maybe the 7 Rosado could be interesting. The other John Ennis, blinkers on for this second start. Irving Mancata up, but Boutwell time seems dangerous. I do think that Blushing Cam and Gayla Rose also could be very live. 2-year-old fillies who could be good. We got a volatile filly coming out for Murat Sancal, and of course we have Chris Hartman's Blushing Cam, that upstart filly.
Yeah, let's take a look at how we approached it on the grid, Kevin. We just started this yesterday, and see how deep did we go. Me, you, and Tony, 10 races. We get 20 A's a piece. Let's take a look at that grid, and you'll see where we've got some different selections in the opener. You and I have a common horse. The 6 is a common horse for me, you, and Tony. It's race number 4 where we have the same common lone A. That is in race number 4, the number 5 enclosure. No big surprise there. Race number 9, Kevin, you and I have a lone A. You've got Lilu, I've got uppercase. Tony Kalo going 3 deep, interesting in that race where he's using 3 of his 20 A's in a race where there looks like there's going to be 2 defined favorites. So it's always interesting to take a look at this grid race by race. Again, limited to 20 A's, so you really have to try to figure out, where you're going to place those A's and what races you're going to go deep and what races you're going to go narrow.
Yeah, I love this, Joe. This is not only an opportunity to think about those multi-race wagers, where you can how you can build tickets, but also these are the runners I'm keeping my eye on in the pools for those win bets. If I can find value on these, I do want to take a swing. That's another way I look at those A's. So take a look at that, tweeted them out, and all that sort of good stuff. So that high five carryover, $7,000 if you can get these 2-year-olds figured out for the top 5 running order. And let's take a look at the runners in the paddock here as we kick off Friday's card. 10 races today, sloppy main track, 2-year-olds to get things rolling.
Yeah, I was sitting on my couch today enjoying my coffee, handicapping the races. Ray, my Siamese cat, sitting next to me on the couch, and I just happened to look over and see that it was raining, and it's a $50,000 2-year-old maiden claimer, and decided to just take the sign. A little bit of storm, my top pick. Why not? Ken McPeak with a class dropper from the optional claiming 50 restricted maiden special weight in for the $50,000 tag here. $8,000 buy makes a lot of sense by Motown. How often these days do you see Stormcat in the pedigrees? Not often. This is an older dam, 22 years old. Thunder Moccasin, the best sibling out of this dam. But on debut, Kevin made a steady advance, was 3 wide, was a little bit green. I think has some room to improve. And I do like that cozy outside draw over the sloppy track with Brian Hernandez Jr. back aboard.
Yeah, that's a, tough field there. Oklahoma Logic ran a good second next out of that Ellis Park race. It's seen the most recent work with his Charming just seemed to get dusted by a horse that didn't run that great yesterday, but definitely fits against these. Could be interesting. Kim McPeak's 2-year-olds, he's got more good ones coming out after getting both the Oaks and the Derby last year. So I'm against number 8. Looks like the market for the most part is right now, but here we got a little bit of storm in the paddock, a little bit of a hunch play from Joe K in the first. Looks good. I mean, the coat looks fantastic. We'll see if we love the slop coming out of this filly by Motown. Number 7, Rosado. John Ennis has 2 in here. Here's the angle for me. Blinkers go on. Second out. John Ennis does quite well with that angle, winning around 24%. Gift box filly, who's got really nice siblings. Look at the dam side of things out of Pinot. Definitely winners, definitely 2-year-old winners. That was a good run as a big, long price on June 16th in that same race as Citizen Judy. Got to the lead for a little bit, couldn't hold it, couldn't finish it off. But I think we've got a good work tab coming in. Number 7, Rosado, I think seems dangerous here. 9-1. Definitely the chilly of the 2, Citizen Judy, like before, taking the money at 2-1.
Yeah, both Ennis's make sense for the reasons you said. I mean, Citizen Judy, April, then June, now September, a little bit spotty in the race. Past performances, about well timed. This is the one to beat, no doubt about it, Kevin. The Joel Politi homebred for Tom Amos seems to be in a position to succeed today, but neither one of us willing to take 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. I thought it might be shorter, to tell you the truth. Of the 2, Gayla Rose and Blushing Cam, I would take Gayla Rose at that price. 7-2 seems a little bit short, but definitely suggests that Chris Harmon might be live in the first race. We'll see how these 2-year-olds roll it out for us on the sloppy main track. We've got 10 for you. Make sure and get in that pick 5 pool. Make sure to trust your luck.
On the track for the opener, note the high 5 has a $7,000 carryover, double exacta trifecta, superfecta pick 3, and it also starts the pick 5. There are 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Citizen Judy, Rosado, who's gone in, and Little Bit of Storm. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rosado breaks right out in stride. Citizen Judy with some speed as well. Blushing Cam down toward the inside is hustled out. Boutwell Time is chasing them from fourth as they move up the backstretch. Rosado, after that good start, goes out to lead by a clear length. Citizen Judy trying to keep pace toward the inside under a firm hold there second. Blushing Cam advancing from third. Boutwell Time on the outside fourth. Combatant toward the rail racing in fifth. Little Bit of Storms now sixth. Parking Lot Pours in between those two seventh and only 3.5 lengths off the lead. In a bit tight there was Parking Lot Pours. And a break of 6 back to Gala Rose to trailer. 3 furlongs to go. They want that opening quarter in the slop in 23-1. And Rosado is in control heading for the quarter pole. Rosado in front of length and a half. Boutwell Time has come on to grab second. Citizen Judy's back into third. Blushing Cam is fourth. They're off the turn. Rosado's in front by 3.5 lengths with a furlong to go. Boutwell Time is fully extended and trying to close that gap. 16th to do it now. Rosado still clear. Boutwell Time is trying hard, getting a little bit closer. Rosado still in front. Boutwell Time, final try. Rosado takes them all the way on the front end to do it. Boutwell Time will settle for second. It was a ways back to Parking Lot Pours and Blushing Cam. Number 7, Rosado first. Number 6, Boutwell Time was second. Photo for third. Number 5, Parking Lot Pours was second. Number 3, Blushing Cam was third. And number 4, Citizen Judy finished fourth. Not official. Rosato's a 2-year-old daughter of Gift Box from Pinot by Into Mischief, owned by Mike Hart, Alan Greathouse, John Ennis, and Greg Vance. Trained by John Ennis. Rosato, ridden by Irving Mancata. Rosato was bred in Kentucky by Crumbaugh Lane, Lynn Cash, and Bill Hellwig. Time is 118.16. First race official. We move to race number 2. Number 2, Perceptive, is a pound over in the second race today. That's the only change. 23 minutes to post. There, in the gate, and they're off. Rosato breaks right out in stride. Citizen Judy with some speed as well. Blushing Cam down toward the inside is hustled out. Boutwell Time is chasing them from fourth as they move up the backstretch. Rosato, after that good start, goes out to lead by a clear length. Citizen Judy trying to keep pace toward the inside under a firm hold there second. Blushing Cam advancing from third. Boutwell Time on the outside fourth. Combatant toward the rail racing in fifth. Little bit of storms now. Sixth. Parking lot pours in between those two. Seventh and only 3.5 lengths off the lead. In a bit tight there was Parking lot pours. And a break of 6 back to Gala Rose to trailer. 3 furlongs to go. They want that opening quarter in the slop in 23-1. And Rosato is in control heading for the quarter pole. Rosato in front of length and a half. Boutwell Time has come on to grab second. Citizen Judy's back into third. Blushing Cam is fourth. They're off the turn. Rosato's in front by 3.5 lengths with a furlong to go. Boutwell Time is fully extended and trying to close that gap. 16th to do it now. Rosato still clear. Boutwell Time is trying hard, getting a little bit closer. Rosato still in front. Boutwell Time, final try. Rosato takes them all the way on the front end to do it. Boutwell Time will settle for second. It was a ways back to Parking Lot Pours and Blushing Cam.
one of two entered for John Ennis. The higher price, Rosado, gets the win there. Irving Moncada up. I believe that's his first win at Churchill Downs, if I remember last meet correctly. But he's having success where he's riding elsewhere. Gift Box Philly gets the lead and takes him all the way. Blinkers go on.
Great pick by you.
Thanks.
I mean, Ennis had another one in there that was a much shorter price, and this one gets the job done. Looks good doing it as well.
Yeah, speed to start things off there. Nice run by that 2-year-old. We've got a little bit more wide open of a race, I think, for race number 2 as we look to these non-winners of 2 going 1 mile and 1/16. Maybe that morning line favorite is going to hold up, maybe not. 5-2 currently on same price as the morning line on Corkage Fee. Maybe we can get some insight from Caitlin Free about this Paul McGee trainee.
Well, I'm going to try anyway. Let's go ahead and talk about the number 3 horse that is Corkage Fee coming into this race. And I think this is a pretty well-matched group of fillies in here, but this one for the Paul McGee barn. Going to drop in class here off of back-to-back third-place efforts, including a one here against slightly tougher 2 starts back. But McGee has won 35% of his last 43 starts at those claiming levels for a positive ROI of $3.31. And there's a couple other relevant stats when it comes to Paul McGee and Corkage Fee. Does have a positive ROI overall in 2024 from 65 starts, and he's also won 33% of his last 12, with last out beaten favorites also for a positive ROI of just over $2. This one was odds on last out at Horseshoe in Annapolis in an off the turf event, but she does like the surface here at Churchill Downs. So Corkage Fee, I think, is deserving up there at 5-2.
Yeah, 5-2 on Paul McGee's runner in here. Great meet this spring from McGee, and he's got some really strong runner, lots and lots of candies. That good one that's coming out from also ran well at Ellis Park. What'd you make of Corkage Fee, Joe? Did you use this one? I see you got this one in 4th.
Yeah, that was my favorite against today. Tony Kalos as well, and I certainly think this horse fits in this spot. I think several of them do, though, and as the favorite, I just couldn't take a low price on anybody in here. I thought Royal Blood would offer some value, and then my top pick as well, who I think is going to make the lead, Macarena. So wouldn't be surprised at all to see Corkage Fee win, but in a race like this, I'm not going to spread too deep.
Yeah, this is one that we have in the same spot in 4th. You know, Corkage Fee seems like could get it done, but not one I want at a short price. I think there's just other ones that are a little bit more interesting and maybe getting a little bit more class relief than it appears this one is getting. Your top pick in here, number 6, Macarena. Looked good breaking that maiden last out. I think that was the last leg of, was that closing day at Ellis Park to close things out?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
It might have been was it the very last race of the meet?
Yeah, last race of the meet.
Yeah.
Macarena has put some good runs together, finally got that win, facing winners for the first time. Definitely sharp, Bold Warrior filly coming out for Brian Williamson.
Yeah, you know what, Kevin? That race was on the turf, obviously, but the horses run just as well on the dirt, even dating back to that off-the-grass race on March the 9th at Fairgrounds. Maiden claiming 30 when the horse ran second that day, and a clear second at that. I just look around and, you know, maybe you can share some insight as to what you feel about the pace scenario, because I don't see a lot of speed in here, and this horse has legitimate speed, like should make the lead. We saw a gate-to-wire winner over a sloppy track in the opener. I think may have a tactical advantage. Sometimes horses win. They get that confidence up as well, particularly, you know, when they're going to be on the lead in the early stages of the race. So I think 5-1 is better than fair value. Mitchell Merle good at getting the horse out of the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think draws in the best spot of the speedsters. I think the 1 and the 2 also have some good natural speed. Princess Coloma coming out for Randy Matthews at number 1. Perceptive as well has shown the ability to be pretty forward. We'll see if they're as quick. I think Macarena is the one that will get the jump on those. So I think you've got a good play in that one. 5-1, I think that's definitely a fair price.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, she'll get a run for my money because, like I said, unless the horse does not break well from the gate or gets compromised, should make the lead here.
What about Royal Blood? We are getting class relief, and I think this is the type of dropper that I really like. Watching the works of Royal Blood, of course, Don Habib up on his runners as he is in the morning. It's always great to see a trainer who is riding them in their workouts and working out very well. And I think we're just dropping for this the realistic spot, and because we needed those races to get into fitness. Tony Keeler and I were talking about this for that Churchill Downs effort coming back off the long break there. there. Didn't have a big work tab, didn't have a lot of works underneath the belt. I think we needed those races to get into fitness. I think this 4-year-old by Carpe Diem is quite dangerous in here.
Yeah, I almost picked. I mean, I'm right there with you. The question that I had was the distance. I mean, you're looking at 6, 6.5, 7. This is a 2-turn race. Should show some stretch out speed. Third off the layoff. You got a little bit sprinty pedigree on the top with Carpe Diem, but some stamina on the bottom. This hasn't really showed us what she can do on a regular basis around 2 turns. Should get the right trip though, and I think the price is fair enough at 5-1 on her as well.
Yeah, I would like to see go up maybe a little bit north of there in terms of first time going this distance, because I think that's a very good point that you're making about that one. What about number 7, Lubu? Interesting one in here, I think, that has a tough start, 2 back, in tight, shuffled back to last out of the gate. Never really ridden after that turf. I think we can just draw a line through that turf race. I'm not sure if we were on there to try to get the win or maybe just trying to experiment with the field and see what we got here, looking for that second win. I think we're back to the surface that makes sense for Lubu, although 2 sloppy efforts haven't been quite impressive for this hill trainee.
Yeah, and just on paper, 15-1 on the morning line, 15-1 on the tote board, by far the longest shot. It looks like the longest shot on paper. So if you've got some liking for this individual, you can use this horse in your gimmicks. And if this one can sneak into the exact or the try, certainly going to help your payout.
That's what I'm thinking underneath for that one. What about Grace Given, the number 4 in here? Sarah Hamilton just got her hands on this Run Happy filly, 2 back. That first race, tried the turf with this, possibly more well-bred for the dirt runner, and we're back to the main track, going a little bit longer. I think this can always be a good angle for the Hamilton barn.
Yeah, I think I got some good insight into this horse. I mean, overcame adversity to break the maiden when she was the odds-on favorite in July at Ellis Park, and then that race coming back, Kevin, where she was once again the favorite, she got defeated by Ella Francis, a Whit Beckman trainee coming in fresh.
That was amazing.
Was worth more than $10,000. She ran awesome that day. No disgrace in gutting out second. Then you got the turf race against Tougher. You know, I like 3 horses in that 5-1 range, the 6, 5, and the 4. I'm going to be playing around with some exactas on those 3 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You can beat that favorite number 2 or that second favorite number 3 in there. You're going to get paid well in that exacta. Look at that pick 4 as well. Always good to get a favorite off the board in those multi-race wagers. And of course, at Churchill Downs, always good to trust your luck.
On the track for the second race today, number 2 Perceptive is 1 pound over. Post times in 6 minutes. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Macarena and waiting for Lubu. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start, Corkage Fee and Royal Blood. And here's Princess Calamo, who comes up on through. So Princess Calamo will lead the way to the first turn. Corkage Fee's racing in second. Macarena tries to tuck in down inside, is racing up into third. Perceptive settles in toward the rail fourth. Royal Blood is out in fifth, right alongside of Perceptive. Grace Given is nudged along at the back of the pack, and Lubu settles in as the trailer, saving ground on that first turn. And the leader is Princess Calamo, who turns to the backstretch run. Corkage Fee was a bit unsettled on that first turn, but is gliding along now just a length behind. Macarena's perched out 3 wide with 5 furlongs to go. 2.5 lengths back, Royal Blood coasting along at mid-pack. Perceptive now 6 or 7 lengths behind as Lubu advances toward the rail. Grace Given is now the trailer while wide. They hit the far turn. Princess Calamo opening half mile in 48 and 2. Corkage Fee's affixed to her, and these two have sped off together now. They're 6 lengths ahead of down inside Royal Blood taking over third, and Lubu is following that move, and Grace Given is sent up while wide. In the meantime, there's a battle up top. Princess Calamo and Corkage Fee are head and head for the lead at the quarter pole, and Corkage Fee is roused to the front. Corkage Fee comes off the turn, taking charge, and she kicks away. She's 3 lengths clear now. Princess Calamo is giving way. Grace Given trying to come on late, but is 8 lengths behind Corkage Fee with a 16th to go. And Corkage Fee coming down to the wire, clear over Grace Given, who is going to be a clear second. Corkage Fee first, Grace Given, Princess Calamo, and Perceptive. Number 3, Corkage Fee first. Number 4, Grace Given second. Number 1, Princess Calamo was third. Number 2, Perceptive was fourth. And number 5, Royal Blood was fifth. It's not official. Corkage Fee is a 3-year-old daughter of Vino Rosso from Hassler by Warfront, owned by Fourth Turn Stable, trained by Paul McGee. The winning jockey, Irving Mancada. Corkage Fee, bred in Kentucky by Jim Daniel and Donna Daniel. Time for the race, 1:46.04 seconds. The third race is up next. Scratch 1, 2, 6. 1 Cowboy Image, 2 Mr. Scatter, and 6 Boathouse. 8 Dr. Kringle's a pound over. Second race official, the third race up next. $23 minutes to post. Race to the Bart's Adventure, and the winners of the presentation. Welcome to Churchill Downs. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start, Corkage Fee and Royal Blood. And here's Princess Calamo, who comes up on through. So Princess Calamo will lead the way to the first turn. Corkage Fee is racing in second. Macarena tries to tuck in down inside, is racing up into third. Perceptive settles in toward the rail fourth. Royal Blood is out in fifth, right alongside of Perceptive. Grace Given is nudged along at the back of the pack, and Lubu settles in as the trailer, saving ground on that first turn. And the leader is Princess Calamo, who turns to the backstretch run. Corkage Fee was a bit unsettled on that first turn, but is gliding along now just a length behind. Macarena's perched out 3 wide with 5 furlongs to go. 2.5 lengths back, Royal Blood coasting along at mid-pack. Perceptive now 6 or 7 lengths behind as Lubu advances toward the rail. Grace Given is now the trailer while wide. They hit the far turn. Princess Calamo opening half mile in 48 and 2. Corkage Fee's affixed to her, and these two have sped off together now. They're 6 lengths ahead of down inside Royal Blood taking over third, and Lubu is following that move, and Grace Given is sent up while wide. In the meantime, there's a battle up top. Princess Calamo and Corkage Fee are head and head for the lead at the quarter pole, and Corkage Fee is roused to the front. Corkage Fee comes off the turn, taking charge, and she kicks away. She's 3 lengths clear now. Princess Calamo is giving way. Grace Given trying to come on late, but is 8 lengths behind Corkage Fee with a 16th to go. And Corkage Fee coming down to the wire, clear over Grace Given, who is going to be a clear second. Corkage Fee first, Grace Given, Princess Calamo, and Perceptive.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Let's go and never say never.
The roar of the crowd is back. They're in the gate and they're off. Seats get degrees on the far outside. Here comes Field Day. Field Day gets up to win it.
How about that Paul McGee getting the win? Corkage Fee, Irving Mancata up and gets the double to start the day, Joe K. Did you see that coming?
Impressive for the apprentice riders. Put on a couple of nice rides, but was also well mounted with forward horses. $4, 2 apiece for me and Tony, added to the Triscuit boxes, our favorite against Gallops. And this is hard to do, Kevin. My top pick in the first 2 races, they both ran last. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, I think you can make good money trying to pick who wins last.
Not the way parimutuel wagering is currently structured.
So Mancata in its first year, winning at 15% before today. Last 90 days, Joe, 27%.
Wow.
With a 241 ROI. That's obviously just going up from here. So we know we saw him getting a fair amount of mounts in the spring. I think he's going to start getting some more, although that approaching 100 wins for the first year. So
he's going to start getting some more riding like this with the 7 pounds.
Yeah,
no doubt. So yeah, this is how you take your game to the next level.
Yeah,
and big step forward today.
Big step forward. Who's going to take a big step forward in terms of football this weekend? Are you going to watch some games? What do you think? NFL,
Bears
the
Sunday
Chiefs,
night.
Sunday night. I tell you what, if you're going to watch some games, head on over to the sports book. We've got it right below us here. We hear the good times down there, Joe. They're getting into it. They're rooting. They're cheering. We've got all sorts of screens, all the games being played, not just horse racing. Plenty of spots to put your bets in. And, it's when I think of Vegas, I think of getting together with a bunch of people who are betting with you. Getting into it in that level is always really fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching the horse races. People are cheering for our races, cheering for races across the country, but somebody scores a touchdown. Saturdays, college football is big downstairs, pro football on Sunday. So, yeah, check it out. Spacious, easy to wager, lots of TVs to watch the games, horse racing, and sports.
Yeah, on the second floor here, right across from the food court. So join us here in the sports book, and always bet Twin Spires. All right, we've got another race coming at us. Love to see the fact that we've got some good odds coming. A few scratches, though, of course. Number 3 currently at 6 to 5. Let's take a look here at the runners in the paddock for the next one. No, let's send it down to Caitlin. we've got a report on Crusading. Interesting one, David Jacobson's first runner here at Churchill.
Yep.
Yeah, first runner. I believe he's had one other runner in his career, but this is the first time we're seeing Ramon Vasquez here again at Churchill Downs. It's been a while, but earlier on in his career, he was here at Churchill for a while, and he has had a mount in a Kentucky Derby before, was on board Mr. Z in the American Pharoah Kentucky Derby in 2015, but Ramon going to be joining this riding colony here in both the September meet as well as the fall meets with his sights set on Oaklawn Park over the winter, but he's riding here for the Jacobson barn, who he has a positive ROI with in the last 60 days. Jacobson, as you mentioned, not a face that we see often around Churchill Downs here either, but I think they got a little bit of a shot here with this son of Curlin, who's at a very playable 6-1 at the moment.
Yeah, exits the maiden score at Saratoga, right? Maiden 20. So a lot of times at maiden 20, you got a lot of droppers in there to try to get that Saratoga win. So classier maybe than the price tag. Comes to Kentucky here, $16,000 tag. Price 6-1, not very live on the board. We'll see if more money comes at this Curlin colt.
Yeah, I picked him. I mean, the company lines from way back when, Catching Freedom, a Nash, a Just a Freak, a Resilience back in the day here at Churchill, left the state, went to New York, now comes back here off the maiden win, a professional maiden win, and he was almost 10-1 that particular day. He's got a little bit of tactical speed, and he can only do better than my first two top picks.
Better or the same, Joe?
The same. Possible. Let's hope not.
Better or the same. So, got Tappet on the dam side of things, figured it out, maybe stepping forward at the right time. Could be very dangerous in there. That's a fair price if I don't say so myself. My best bet of the day, I thought I might get a little bit of value, is not much value, 7-5, not a very fair price. On the number 3 in here, Papa Yo, coming out for Chris Davis, had that nice win yesterday. Luis Saez, of course, getting 3 on yesterday's card. Third start in the form cycle. Pratonicos run very well on the slop. I think we'll appreciate a wet track. I think some class relief is right on time. Moving from turf to dirt, strong angle for the barn. I see you've got this one in third. You think that's just too short of a price? Any interested in using this one in any way in your bets?
Fairly confident you'll get some float up. I mean, Luis Saez certainly being aboard not only lowers the odds but increases the horse's chances, has some tactical speed. You mentioned Chris Davis having a good year, third run of the form cycle, and I thought was as good as anybody in this race. Not maybe 8-5 good, but again, I think you'll get a little bit of float.
Yeah, I think you're right. Looking at the double Will Pays and the pick 3, the 9 is the favorite in both of those. The 7 is pretty close there in the double, not quite as close in the pick 3s. Let's talk about the number 9 in here. We both have this one in second. We've got Artwell. I know this is Tony Kalo's top pick. Gennaro Garcia trained. 4-year-old facing some 3-year-olds in here. Street Sense Colt gets Barbosa up as we get another class dropper coming from that, claiming non-winners of 2 down to the 16,000.
Yeah, Tony and I were at Ellis Park this summer. Gennaro Garcia wasn't overly present first half of the meet, but started to run some live horses towards the tail end. That could carry into the September meet here at Churchill. And I just think this is the most reliable horse in the field, coming off a pair of seconds in a row, turf than dirt, outside draw, tactical speed, should be in the right position. Up there at 4-1 off the 3-1 morning line. I think better than fair value on the wind. And at least at this point, like you said, I might come down a little bit in price.
Yeah, it might come down a little bit. Does seem to have the best figures, proven figures. Of course, like several of these hasn't been able to be too trustworthy on the win end, but runs honestly. They've tried different distances. Artwell seems quite dangerous in here. Dr. Kringle, number 8, 2-1. Any interest in Steve Asmussen's Creative Cause 5-year-old?
50 to 30 to 16, but he's been really dull, Kevin, in his last 3 starts. Speed figure-wise, probably matches up okay with this field, but the will to compete seemingly lost. Maybe he'll wake up with the easier competition. That does happen on occasion.
All right, pick 3 fires up here. Race number 3, you've got 7 minutes to post. Track still rated sloppy, but of course, your luck should be trusted here at Churchill Downs.
On the track for the third race today, scratch 1, 2, and 6. Number 8's a pound over, 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It is post time. Winning on Crusading and Dr. Kringle and Artwell. They're near the gate. And they're off. And Tiverton with a stutter step start. A good start for Artwell. So too Crusading. Papayot down inside with some early zip. And Red Hill is up there too. Into the first turn. Papayot the leader. Heading into that turn. Artwell is stuck wide and is trying to cross over in tight. Crusading even tighter for Red Hill, who had to steady off heels and is relegated 2.5 lengths off the lead. In the meantime, up top, the three of them go right across the track. Papayot down inside in between Crusading. And on the far outside, it's Artwell. 2.5 lengths back to Red Hill, who settles into fourth and is still 3 lengths off the lead now. And then the backstretch run are Tiverton and Dr. Kringle, the trailer. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Down the backstretch they go. Artwell far outside. Papayot at the rail. Crusading trying to back off between them and does so and switches to the outside for the run past the half-mile pole, but that cost him a couple of lengths. Dr. Kringle started to make some progress from the back, and so is Red Hill. Tiverton is trailing. Round the far turn. Papayot continues to bandy with Artwell. The two of them head and head for the lead. And here's Dr. Kringle now, moving up into third and angling outside. Red Hill toward the inside fourth. Crusading has tailed off into fifth. They roll off the turn. Artwell and Papayot still head and head for the lead. Dr. Kringle coming down the center. Red Hill is fourth. Crusading and Tiverton furlong to go. Artwell gives it up. Papayot's with the lead. Dr. Kringle targeting Papayot. Papayot clear by a length. Dr. Kringle wandering about the track trying to push on by, but Papayot was too good. Papayot the winner, Dr. Kringle second. Artwell managed to hold third, and Tiverton came on to be fourth. Number 3, Papayot first. Number 4, or rather 8, Dr. Kringle was second. Number 9, Artwell was third. And number 5, Tiverton finished fourth. Results are not official. 3895. Papayo is a 3-year-old son of Protonico from My Girl Corey by Warriors Reward. Owned by Greystone Farm, trained by Chris Davis, the winning jockey Luis Saez. Papayo, born in Kentucky by the International Equities Holding Incorporated. Time for the race 146.54. It's official. Fourth race is up next. Double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3 and pick 4. 24 minutes to post. Here the gate. And they're off. And Tiverton with a stutter step start. A good start for Artwell. So too Crusading. Papayo down inside with some early zip. And Red Hill is up there too. Into the first turn. Papayo the leader. Heading into that turn. Artwell is stuck wide and is trying to cross over in tight. Crusading even tighter for Red Hill, who had to steady off heels and is relegated 2.5 lengths off the lead. In the meantime, up top, the three of them go right across the track. Papayo down inside in between Crusading. And on the far outside, it's Artwell. 2.5 lengths back to Red Hill, who settles into fourth and is still 3 lengths off the lead now. And then the backstretch run are Tiverton and Dr. Kringle, the trailer. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Down the backstretch they go. Artwell far outside. Papayo at the rail. Crusading trying to back off between them and does so and switches to the outside for the run past the half-mile pole, but that cost him a couple of lengths. Dr. Kringle started to make some progress from the back, and so is Red Hill. Tiverton is trailing. Round the far turn. Papayo continues to bandy with Artwell. The two of them head and head for the lead. And here's Dr. Kringle now, moving up into third and angling outside. Red Hill toward the inside fourth. Crusading has tailed off into fifth. They roll off the turn. Artwell and Papayo still head and head for the lead. Dr. Kringle coming down the center. Red Hill is fourth. Crusading and Tiverton furlong to go. Artwell gives it up. Papayo's with the lead. Dr. Kringle targeting Papayo. Papayo clear by a length. Dr. Kringle wandering about the track trying to push on by, but Papayo was too good. Papayo the winner, Dr. Kringle second. Artwell managed to hold third, and Tiverton came on to be fourth.
When you get proven quality at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products, it feels like you're winning. Find the proven quality you love at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products. Only at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
In the 7th race today, the rider for number 10, Very Wealthy, turned to race number 7 for a rider change. Number 10, Very Wealthy, the jockey will be Irving Mancada. Mancada riding number 10 in race 7.
Papa Yo fights off that pressure, really takes a lot of pressure from two foes on the rail and gets it done. Powers home. Luis Saez aboard, win number 4. Chris Davis trained, win number 2, 2 for 2 for the Davis barn. And Joe?
What?
He ran last again, my friend.
I know you don't have to tell me. That is a feat. And I'm not picking 10, 20 to 30 to 1. I'm picking horses that are in the 4, 5 to 1 range. All 3 of them have run last. If this one runs last, I think I should be able to go home for the rest of the weekend.
Well, I think it's a conspiracy against you, Joe. I think these jocks are getting together, looking at your picks and saying, we're going to make Joe look bad today.
It's unprecedented. It is.
It's hard to do.
It's unprecedented, but we're going to get back on track here with the odds-on favorites, like Tony Kalos.
I want to change my pick now that I'm seeing this. Come on.
Tony Kalos said it offset. We normally don't like odds-on favorites. We don't like them when we pick them, but in this particular case, I'll take it.
Yeah, we got the odds-on favorite for you. We also have a report from Caitlin Free in the paddock about Queen Lecca. Maybe an interesting alternative in this race coming out for Paula Lobo.
I think she's a very interesting alternative coming up in this race. I believe she's the longest price on the board was 11-1 at the last click that I looked. But horses like this coming out of South America have long been a staple for this barn. Horses like Ivar, Pico Central, and Love, Imperador. This is a multiple-time winner on the turf, but is a multiple graded stakes winner in Uruguay, both on the dirt and going long. Those wins were at 1.25 miles, and she seems to really stretch out a lot better over the dirt surface. And I spoke with Paulo, and he does think she's going to improve getting the second start here in the United States, as well as that stretch out in distance. Win a mile last time out at Ellis Park, is going to be getting the 1 1/8 miles. So I think she's going to really take a step forward, getting that extra ground. I also want to mention jockey Evan Roman has been riding a lot for this barn lately. Eclipse Champion Apprentice back in 2017, has had a really strong 2024, 73 wins this year, and is closing on 1,000 wins overall in his career. And I would think with the presence he started to have in Kentucky as well as Horseshoe Indianapolis, we may well see him riding for this barn at Turfway Park that majorly targets those meets coming up in the winter.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. Yeah, 12-1 currently on this runner who, Joe, if we look at Thorograph, we can see two of those efforts. I've got two figures from all that South American form and sixes from Queen Lecca. 5-year-old making the second start. I could see us getting back to that. I'm still not sure if a 6 is fast enough to beat some of these runners in here, but possibly there's more.
Yeah, I mean, look at the past performances: 1.5 miles, 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles. That mile at Ellis is a sharp, 1.5 turn mile. So I can see how off a needed start, this horse will show a little bit of improvement, but is certainly going to need to.
All right, let's talk about the current favorite. We open it up at 1-2, currently at even money on the Bill Mott trainee Enclosure, making the second start as a 4-year-old. Arrogate filly who, this will just be the 6th race. Gets Tyler Gaffleone up, all the things that usually attract money. I think we improve off that last race. We ran back to that previous top we reached as a 3-year-old. Not a lot of spacing since that last effort. I could see that maybe we went a little bit too much there, but I think there's more here. I think there was more to be seen going 1.8 miles last time.
First time she's been able to put together back-to-back races, right? March, June, August 2023, then November last fall, then a long layoff to August. I thought she looked great when she broke the maiden here over 9 furlongs, defeating Vanished, who looked like she was long gone after a troubled start and a wide trip that day, and then went right to the lead last out. Took it to him, Kevin, 46-2, 110-4 at Ellis Park, going 1.8 miles. And the main track was fast a lot of days, didn't finish up all that quickly, but put 6 lengths on him and was able to win that race pretty convincingly. Should be forward over a racetrack that's been kind to speed today.
Who's going to try to keep up with the 5 in here? Who's going to try to break and keep her company? I told you last. I mean, we saw her last time she was on a sloppy track here at Churchill Downs, that she got to the lead and got ran down by Stir Crazy, very formful stakes level runner for Mike Maker. This could be an interesting one.
No, I think so. She was dull in that most recent start, but you'll notice the spacing, 7 weeks between races. Maybe Michelle Lovell was using that as a springboard to this race, because the races prior, she fits. That 9 furlong race, she lost to Corningstone, who's going to be in stakes company tomorrow. No disgrace to lose to her. She was the 6-5 favorite that particular day. 4th in the follow-up race in the mud. We know that she's better than she showed last time. Is she heading the wrong direction, or is she going to bounce back? At 7-1 might be worth finding out.
All right, what about number 4, your second pick in here? Lexa, coming out for Whit Beckman, 4-year-old gun runner fillies. Gun runners love the slop. They run very well in it. I think we could tell ourselves a LASIK story about this one. Also 3rd start in the form cycle.
Yeah, when she ran here November of last year, that was a visually impressive win. And look who she beat. She beat Pigalle, a recent stakes winner at Ellis, who's going to be running against stakes competition tomorrow at Churchill. She was wide the entire way and still got it done. Haven't seen that horse since, although the race here at Churchill, June the 30th, in the mud, she was only beaten a couple of lengths by Musical Mischief and Flashy Lass. I think she's the most viable alternative to the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, fits well on the allowance ranks. Stakes company has been a little bit of a different story. Number 1, America's Vow exits the Alabama, going a little bit longer, that 1 mile and 1/4, comes back to the distance that we have had success, 1 win from 1 try for Timothy Ham's Constitution 3-year-old facing older. I think that's a little bit of a tough task. 3-1 seems a little bit short, but I think a likely runner in here.
Against this one, if you watch the race at Saratoga 2 back, that was an absolutely disastrous start for basically everybody in the field except her.
Yeah.
And she won by 3, and she took advantage of it. She was 35-1 that day.
Good point. Very short price with that point from Joe K, 3-1. We both got the 4-5. We're eating chalk and loving it here. Race 4, pick 4. This middle pick 4 fires up now. Pool looks like it's one worth diving into.
On the track, race number 4, double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering, 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached a starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Lexa, Enclosure, and Catman. They're at the gate, and they're off. Even start. Enclosure, good beginning. So too Sultry last. Queen Lecca with some speed too. And down toward the rail, America's Vow. So onto the line for the first time, and Sultry last will go head and head with Enclosure. The two of them angle over toward the inside to the rail and two path, and they hit the first turn going head to head still, and they speed off together. They've opened up by 2.5. America's Vow comes off the inside to the 3 or 4 path to race up into third. That allows for Queen Lecca to stick to the rail, safe ground racing fourth. Lexa's on the far outside 5th, and Catman is at the back in 6th. Backstretch run, and Sultry last a leader. Light pressure from Enclosure in second after an opening quarter that was solid in 23 and 1/5 seconds. There's 5 furlongs to go. Sultry last with company from Enclosure. 2.5 lengths back. America's Vow continues on while in the clear. Queen Lecca coasting along inside fourth. Those 2-3 lengths off the lead. Lexa starts to move up on the far outside, launching a rally with 4 furlongs to go. And Cat Mint is at the back. They're on the far turn. Sultry last is getting away from Enclosure, opening up by 3 with 3 furlongs to go. Sultry last building a 4-length lead. Lexa's now second. Queen Lecca about to be third. Enclosure's toiling. Catmint revs up far outside. Top of the stretch. Sultry last heads for home in front. Still clear by 3, but Lexa's getting closer. Lexa targeting her. Catmint is coming down the center. Furlong to go. Sultry last is now desperate. Here's Lexa alongside, and here comes Catmint down the center. Lexa's in front. Catmint on the outside, finishing strong, and Catmint does it. From off the pace, the upset winner. Lexa was second, Sultry last was third, and Queen Lecca fourth. Number 6, Catman first. Number 4, Lexa second. Number 3, Sultry last was third. And number 2, Queen Lecca was fourth. It's not official. Into the winner's circle, Catmint is a 4-year-old daughter of Kitten's Joy. From Anthem by First Defense, owned by our Townsend Sparks, trained by Rick Hiles, and the winning jockey Rafael Bejarano. Catmint, bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte. The time is 1:52.13 seconds. It's official. Race number 5 upcoming. Scratch number 4, Brunch, Punch, and scratch 8, Crickle. Scratch 4 and 8 starts the Derby City 6, does race 5. 4th race official, 5th race up next. "26 minutes to post on the 5th. The 4th race today is the Utterly Lucky. And up next in the winner's circle will be the presentation for the Utterly Lucky. Welcome to Churchill Downs. They're in the gate, and they're off. Even start. Enclosure, good beginning. So too Sultry Last. Queen Lecca with some speed too. And down toward the rail, America's Vow. So onto the line for the first time, and Sultry Last will go head-and-head with Enclosure. The two of them angle over toward the inside to the rail and 2-path, and they hit the first turn going head-to-head still, and they speed off together. They've opened up by 2.5. America's Vow comes off the inside to the 3 or 4 path to race up into third. That allows for Queen Lecca to stick to the rail, safe ground racing fourth. Lexa's on the far outside 5th, and Catmint is at the back in 6th. Backstretch run, and Sultry Last a leader. Light pressure from Enclosure in second after an opening quarter that was solid in 23 and 1/5 seconds. There's 5 furlongs to go. Sultry Last with company from Enclosure. 2.5 lengths back. America's Vow continues on while in the clear. Queen Lecca coasting along inside 4th. Those 2-3 lengths off the lead. Lexa starts to move up on the far outside, launching a rally with 4 furlongs to go. And Catmint is at the back. They're on the far turn. Sultry Last. Sultry Last is getting away from Enclosure, opening up by 3 with 3 furlongs to go. Sultry Last building a 4-length lead. Lexa's now second. Queen Lecca about to be third. Enclosure's toiling. Catmint revs up far outside. top of the stretch. Sultry Lass heads for home in front, still clear by 3, but Lexa's getting closer. Lexa targeting her. Catmint is coming down the center. Furlong to go. Sultry Lass is now desperate. Here's Lexa alongside, and here comes Catmint down the center. Lexa's in front. Catmint on the outside, finishing strong, and Catmint does it. From off the pace, the upset winner. Lexa was second, Sultry Lass was third, and Queen Lecca fourth.
Like the Kentucky Derby, Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
off-lip turn. Victory formation paid back.
Whew, long shot gets it done there. Catmint comes flying late. Rick Hiles trained. Rafael Bejarano up. 1 for 1 at the distance. Loves the slop. Best race of the career from what I can tell from Catmint. So congratulations to the connections there. And egg on our face. Tony Kalo, sorry you had to join back to the set.
I want to stand up. This seat is ice cold, that's for sure.
Ice cold. Somehow that enclosure just continued the streak of Joe Christophex of running last, top pick running last. Now that was my top pick as well.
My top pick as well.
Your top pick too. And now we're faced with a little bit of a situation here. Our top pick is in this race is also Joe K's top pick. Do we just get off this horse even though it's 1 to 5?
I wanted to call in sick for these last 5 races, but I couldn't do it. You know, let's get a little serious. So how about Catmint? We'll give her credit. You know, when she last won here at Churchill, she defeated an odds-on Curl girl. So I guess she gets a little excited when she thinks there's going to be a definitive
I like that type of fighter.
Yeah, look at her.
I only get my best going on when the best are in the room.
Underdog approach, right?
David and Goliath. I love it.
I wish I could say that when I'm on the golf course. It doesn't work that way. I seem to do my best when I'm playing with guys that are way inferior to me.
Oh, big guys. You're all like that, right? You get the short guys around. You know. All right, we've got our Derby City 6. We want to lead you through. We love this wager.
Yes, we do.
Such a fun way to approach your handicapping opinions and to try to get paid $6,000 yesterday if you got this right. And Tony, this isn't too difficult to get. Big boat first-time starter from Jimmy DeVito, always live. DeVito always gets a roll. 2-year-olds, extra anejo, single for both you and me. What about the rest of these?
You know, Echo Sound makes a lot of sense. Perhaps a single, you know, at least 2 deep there. You know, the other ones, I think you've got to use. You've got to use quite a few in each of those legs. Burnin' Hot might have eventually been well respected at 3 to 1, but I think pre-race, I couldn't imagine 3 to 1. But you know, hey.
Yeah, the Caitlin Free Factor. That was a top pick for Caitlin.
Oh, there you. Well, Caitlin was on fire yesterday. She came out swinging, and you know, what was her quote? I'd hate to see you had to do expert picks today for Twin Spires. Yeah, thanks a lot, Caitlin. That was me following in your footsteps. But a very nice payoff, and we do encourage everyone. You know, we have such a great 15% takeout on this bet that it goes a little bit unnoticed. You know, people think about jackpot, and they're already, you know, discouraged. That's not the case with this wager because we give out so much on a daily basis. And unless nobody has 6, the carryover, most of the money gets paid, 90%.
So most of it gets paid. The payouts are fantastic every day, and then it just builds more incentive to come after it as that carryover money comes. So we've got $3,000 in it with 1 day of racing in the books. Races 5 through 10, 20 cents minimum. And Tony Kalo, hopefully you're not singling Joe K's top pick in the first race.
I am. We're gonna stop the bleeding right here. Our disaster. At least we hope we are. With the scratches, she just looks like a big time favorite here, a big time free space. We shall see. I hate that term, free space. You did bring up a good point. Enclosure seemed to be a little chilly on the board. That's not the case here with our disaster. I'll go 2 deep. I think Hymnal's probably the one to beat coming in from Southern California. Gloriette's my best bet of the card. I was going to use about 6, 7, or 8 of them in the 8th race, so I decided to use the all. But in 2, 3, 6, hopefully Speedy Traveler can provide a little value at the front end. If you have a little bit more money, I would suggest adding the 12 in the nightcap. I kind of overlooked that horse yesterday when I was doing my my analysis for the Twin Spires app, and that would definitely add on, and it wouldn't increase the pay, the cost of the ticket that much.
Yeah, Teen Titans Go horse. Yes, I'm Beast.
Yeah, I'm a beast.
Beast. You're not watching the cartoons with the kids, are you?
I am not. I think a Beast. I think of Marshawn Lynch.
I like that too. All right, I'm going to single this 6 in here to get things rolling. The more singles you got, the more opportunities you have to spread in legs where things look a little more chaotic. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. Political spin. I think it's been working well. Midway Vow definitely makes a ton of sense. Lee Meta Trainer, I think, is dangerous from Pessin. Hymnal, Playmaker, my long shot play of the day, and it will stop right there. 6 and 9. I do think that Balladry's been working fantastic. Helen Pitts, the barn's just been going very right. But Gloriette is very logical and likely in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11. Very close to all. If you want to push all and just up that ante, it's not too much more. Give me a single in a race, and I think all 3 of those runners are very dangerous with Lilu, Uppercase, and Speedy Traveler. But I like Lilu a little bit more. I want to get a little separation there, as I've got a lot of chalk in the rest of it. And 3, 9, and 12 to get things home. I think the 3 most likely winners in the finale. 48 bucks, Derby City 6. Got to play this wager, my friends. All right, let's take a look here. Runners in the paddock for race number 5. We've been talking about this 1-2. Are we still at 1-2? We're at 2-5. Last out maiden winner coming up from Florida, trained by Safi Joseph, attracts the attention of Tyler Gaffleone, a common rider for the barn. Our Disaster is could be our Disaster. This is another chalk that we're gonna lose on, or I think we're gonna trust this one.
You would have to think with the scratches that she makes all the sense in the world. She's run 2 big races to start her career, running into a buzzsaw to start it off, and that's a big time victory over a sealed, muddy racetrack. She has a sealed, sloppy racetrack. This afternoon, Floridian, she has 46 and change moves. She looks to be the speed. Obviously, Crickle had some speed. I thought Brunch Punch was going to be a logical contender. It's hard to imagine she's not going to get there.
What about Amy Z coming out for Donnie Von Hemel? I thought that Amy Z was a little bit dangerous.
She kind of has a little Catmint look to me in the sense she won 3 races ago over this surface. She ran into a pretty nice horse recently at Ellis, and if she runs back to the maiden victory, why not?
Yeah, second time out for this Ghost Zapper filly as a 3-year-old. Pula, number 3, Philip Bowers trainee, possibly has a puncher's chance in here, but I do think that it's very likely that Our Disaster gets it done here. $80,000 tag, maybe gets claimed, maybe gets the win, maybe gets all that money coming to the way of Safi Joseph and connections. All right, pick 6, Derby City 6, fire it up. They're out on the track here. 8 minutes to post for race 5. Tony Kalo and I going to lead you through the rest of the card.
On the track, race number 5, scratch 4, end date, Derby City 6 in 8 minutes. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Pula, Mustang Lady, and Party. They're in the gate. And they're off. Amy Z racing for the lead. Our Disaster with speed. So too Pula. These apples down toward the rail. And Party joins them too. So down the backstretch they go. And Our Disaster steps out to take charge and leads by length and a half. These apples down inside racing up into second. Pula between horses third. Far outside Party up and on the pace in fourth. And then it's Army Girl toward the rail in fifth. Amy Z tails off into sixth. And Mustang Lady at the back in seventh as Our Disaster leads the way round the far turn after a quarter in 21 and 4. Stretches the lead to 2 midway round the turn. These apples comes on through to be a clear second and is sent up after Our Disaster, who's running on strongly to the top of the stretch. Pula's wide on the course. Army Girl's going to cut the corner down inside. Off the turn. Our Disaster still the leader by 3. These apples on the wrong lead down inside Army Girl from the back. Amy Z and Mustang Lady, they're inside the final furlong. It's still Our Disaster with a 4-length lead. Mustang Lady finishing well down the center. Here's the wire. Our Disaster took them gate to wire to win it by nearly 3. And Mustang Lady was a clear second. These apples, Army Girl and Amy Z. Number 6, Our Disaster first. Number 7, Mustang Lady second. Number 2, These Apples was third. It's a photo for fourth. Our Disaster is a 3-year-old daughter of Awesome Slew from Making Havoc by Gotcha Gold, owned by Avro Racing, 2-8 Racing, and ATM Racing, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., the winning jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. Bred in Florida by Ocala Stud and Michael O'Farrell Jr. The time for the race, 111.02. Race 6 today, number 2 Midway Vows, 2 pounds over. 6th race, the 2 is 2 pounds over. 28 minutes to post. Denton Floyd's $1 billion mark. Race number 5 today, making the presentation, is Brian Denton. And they're off. Amy Z racing for the lead. Our Disaster with speed. So too Pula. These apples down toward the rail. And Party joins them too. So down the backstretch they go. And Our Disaster steps out to take charge and leads by length and a half. These apples down inside racing up into second. Pula between horses third. Far outside Party up and on the pace in fourth. And then it's Army Girl toward the rail in fifth. Amy Z tails off into sixth. And Mustang Lady at the back in seventh as Our Disaster leads the way round the far turn after a quarter in 21 and 4. Stretches the lead to 2 midway round the turn. These apples comes on through to be a clear second and is sent up after Our Disaster, who's running on strongly to the top of the stretch. Pula's wide on the course. Army Girl's going to cut the corner down inside. Off the turn. Our Disaster still the leader by 3. These apples on the wrong lead down inside Army Girl from the back. Amy Z and Mustang Lady, they're inside the final furlong. It's still Our Disaster with a 4-length lead. Mustang Lady finishing well down the center. Here's the wire. Our Disaster took them gate to wire to win it by nearly 3. And Mustang Lady was a clear second. These apples, Army Girl and Amy Z.
Longines.
River breaks thirdly from the inside. Shoulder to shoulder, 1 furlong to go. It's going to be close.
Our Disaster comes up from Florida after that maiden win and looks good. Beating a decent field, some good late runs there from Mustang.
Mustang Lady?
Mustang Lady. There we go. Some good late runs, but not enough to get the Saffie Joseph trainee, Tyler Gaffleone. Another win, win number 4 for him. And I don't know if that one got claimed. $80,000 might be a little bit much, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we'll try to look at the chart maybe here in about a half an hour or so, see if we can pass on that news, but a good-looking winner, that's for sure. Enjoying the slop once again. So.
Yep, single is worked out for that one. We'll see if we can keep those pick 6 tickets rolling for you. 6-6, and we got this Friday 13th. I'm kind of worried about the 6 coming home in this next one. We've got some fields to talk about, though. Saturday, the big stakes are coming our way. First, we got College Day. What do you think? You can wear your Chico State shirt on Saturday.
So.
Wear my University.
I don't think it fits anymore.
You can buy your tickets at churchilldowns.com. Come and join us and enjoy all the fun. We've got the stakes races for you. We've got College Day. We've got the Iroquois. What do you think? We've got two pages of this. We've got 6 on here. First Resort, Giacoso, very impressive for DeSormo. Authentic Strike, I'm hearing a lot about. Owen Almighty, everybody's heard a lot about. Very impressive for Lynch. Stroman looked good in the last one.
Yeah.
And we've also got the next.
Sleep on Magnitude. He looked very good winning.
Yeah, Magnitude did for Asmussen, right? The next page here, we've got Macero. Remember Macero,
yes,
that big late run for Dino Romans? That was very nice. Jonathan
Mrs. Farrell's little Farrell's offspring there.
Yeah, for the Catman, I think Firmus is. What we're seeing here is offering value, I think, at Giacoso.
It's a heck of a horse race.
It is. Sandman, much talked about. Didn't get it done on debut, but looked very good winning up at Saratoga. So the Iroquois, they're trying to get those points to the Kentucky Derby. It starts on Saturday. Also the Pocahontas. The fillies are coming out. La Cara looks great. Empirical Mischief for Ennis. Looked good putting the blinkers on.
Pretty sure looked really good winning at Ellis.
And what about Quinn's Promise? That was your long shot today,
right?
There
she is. Yeah.
That stretched out, looked fantastic.
Yep.
I saw Atomic City work the other morning. Tony, she is moving quite well. Atomic City for Eddie Keneally. Want to take a piece of her. Stilettos for Calhoun. 16 fillies. They're all lining up to get those points. And you can also bet these races in that NHC qualifier. Maybe you're playing in the feeder to get in there today. I don't think it's too late. You get to choose 5 races. It's $150 to get in for that, but $750 if you want to get in. Take a swing at getting a seat in Vegas for the NHC, shooting for around $1 million. It's a great opportunity for Twin Spires. So take a look at this. Join us for all these races.
What a great card.
And get involved, as they say. All right, we've got horses in the paddock here for race number 6. 10 on the card. We've got that first leg lifted from the Derby City 6. We're still looking. Okay, there we go. I thought maybe they had one more for us here. We've got runners in the paddock here. We've got the pick 5 firing up, $67,000. You can see that's going to climb up probably 3 times as high as that. Your top pick, the one we're staring at, the one from Steve Asmussen's barn, number 2, currently 8-1. Surprised at that price. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a nice price for her. I thought she'd maybe be a little bit lower. I figured the 7 Hymnal would be the favorite. 9-5 seems a pretty fair enough price for her. I thought she could be even lower. I know she was 3-1 on the morning line, but Midway Vow I thought was a little green in the lane on the 5th of July. Recently in the subsequent start, both of them at Ellis Park, she got herself a little further back than I would have liked, especially considering she had been closer in shorter races, and then when she went to 7 furlongs. But she really had a nice kick. She, as it says right up there, finished up the recent race with enthusiasm. I think this 1 mile affair is going to fit her nicely. I'd like to see her get a little more involved. I like the works leading up, and it's not like she's being just given away in the sense. She's been slowly, gradually trying to find her level, and I think this 30,000 will fit her very nicely.
Yeah, a little bit of class relief for the number 2 at 8-1. My top pick, the 8, 6-1. This is my long shot play of the day, coming down from that 10-1 morning line. The Player Filly coming out for Ian Wilkes. Blinkers go on. We get Florent Giroux, and Tony, this is a full sibling to First Player, who we've seen run quite well here for Paul McGee and Neil Howard. Winning at Ellis Park, going longer, going that 1.25 miles, and also winning a little bit shorter on the dirt. So we're getting back to the dirt. It makes a lot of sense in terms of the pedigree. We're also getting a little bit more distance. Same distance there, a mile. I was representing that. But I do think that the dirt should fit this one. Blinkers on, I think, is a strong angle for the barn. Taking a little bit of shot with this one. I think it's just hard to get a read for who's going to make a move forward. Some of them getting class relief. This one stays at the same level.
Yeah, I was encouraged by the debut run, that's for sure. Anytime you can split a field of 8, that's not a bad effort outrunning her odds. It's not like Ian has them geared up to succeed at first asking. I don't have a lot of excuses for her on the 4th of July. Was it the mud? Was it the configuration? That's a 1.5 turn affair. So perhaps that race and maybe just being the second career start, She regressed somewhat. She came back and ran a decent third. That's not a bad race. Gourmet was a long-time maiden that finally found her level and looked good winning that particular day on the 28th of July. You know, if you forgive the second career start, her races stack up.
Yeah, I think 6-1's a little bit short with those questions, right? The mud question, the turf is how we came back into form, so is that a part of it? But I think it's a good sign for Laurent Drew's up. I'd like to see 8-1 to bet that one to win. What about the number 7? I've got this one in third. You've got Hymnal in second, coming out for Will Walden. First time from his barn with Bob Baffert previously, training out and racing in California.
Yeah, Windstar Farm, so Will Walden's going to take over. You know, you see the third and second place finishes 3 and 2 races back, and those are against maiden special weights at Santa Anita. You would have to think for 30,000 she was going to be the definitive favorite. Is she chilly on the board? I mean, I know she was 3-1 on the morning line, but I personally thought she could have been a lot lower than 9-5 right now. I don't know what to make of her. With our purse structure here in Kentucky, you know, for 30,000, if she wins and gets claimed, it's a good payday for the connections, and they can move forward. You know, Hymnal, good enough to be the favorite, that's for sure. We shall see. She's 8-5 now. I think she will probably be lower. How about yourself?
Yeah, I would think it would be lower. I think if it wasn't lower, then I might just kind of stay away. It might be chilly at 2-1 or higher. I see Will Walden's horses get bet pretty hard. Tyler Gaffleone up on this one. Coming out of Baffert's barn, a lot of those things are going to attract money. Number 1 in here, I think is dangerous.
Yeah.
7-1 on Political Spin. I thought that was a nice work recently with Let's Duet, 5-year-old allowance type who has been keeping good company for McPeak's barn. I thought it was a very strong move. Third start, we're getting class relief, moving from turf to dirt. That's a 24% angle from the McPeak barn at the last 86 attempts. So gets the rail, gets Brian Hernandez Jr. That tends to work out pretty well, I hear.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a little bit of a class, drop some foundation in her corner with that 1 mile a debut run. That's awfully a difficult distance to start with. Then 1 mile and 1/16 on the turf. That's going to put some good stamina in her. She is definitely worthy of consideration at 7-1.
Yeah, some interesting runners in here. If you can stay away from the current chalk, I think you can get some good separation. Kick off your late pick 5 in the right way with grabbing some value, clearing some tickets off the table. You always want to be thinking about that as you approach those wagers. 9 minutes to post for race number 6. Track still rated sloppy, but your luck is still running good here at Churchill Downs.
On the track, race number 6, number 2's 2 pounds, 8 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for American Splendor, an Indy label. They're in the gate, and they're off. Classic Mystery mid-pack toward the inside midway vow. Political spin with some zip, and here comes Indy Label racing up as well, and so far so good with some speed too, but it's Indy Label. Indy Label quickly races out to grab a clear-cut lead as they race up the chute, and she's in front by 3 lengths by the time they cross over. And here's Hymnal now, coming on to grab second. Classic Mysteries racing in third. So far, so good. Settles into fourth. Our Prayer mid-pack fifth. Playmaker, far outside sixth. Political Spin buried at the inside seventh. Midway Vows advancing from eighth. Lee Meta Trainers ninth, and it's 5 back to American Splendor, who's 10 or 12 lengths off the leader. Indy Label, whose opening quarter was 23-1. As they hit the far turn, here's the half-mile time, 46-4. Demanding pace, far turn for Indy Label. Hymnal, not far behind second. Classic Mystery is right there, third and poised, while down inside. And Lee Meta Trainer is rallying now, fourth on the outside, and gathering momentum is Lee Meta Trainer. So far, so good, and Political Spin is also starting to pick it up. So they come for the top of the stretch, wide off the turn, Indy Label. Lee Meta Trainer with a blitz on the far turn is up for the lead. In tight there was Indy Label. Classic Mystery tried to squeeze through toward the inside. Eighth pole, Lee Meta Trainer's wandering about the track, but is 2.5 lengths clear. Classic Mystery and Political Spin, they're down to the final 50, and Lee Met a Trainer is an upset off the pace winner by 4. Classic Mystery, Political Spin, and Indy Label. Number 6, Lee Meta Trainer first, photo for second. Number 4, Classic Mystery, was second. Number 1, Political Spin, was third. Number 10, Indie Label, fourth. And number 7, Hymnal, fifth. Not official. Lee Meta-Trainer is a 3-year-old daughter of Mastery from Best in the Business by Ghost Zapper, owned by the estate of Brereton Jones and Neil Pesson, trained by Neil Pesson, the winning jockey Declan Cannon. Lee Meta-Trainer, bred in Kentucky by Brereton C. Jones. Time 139.16. Not official. Race 6 today, the Advanced Endodontics RC Prep Race. The presentation, Dr. Paul Abbott. Welcome to Churchill Downs. Race number 7 is up next. It kicks off the late pick 4. Irving Mancata rides number 10. Post times in 25. They're in the gate, and they're off. Classic Mystery mid-pack toward the inside midway vow. Political Spin with some zip, and here comes Indy Label racing up as well, and so far so good with some speed too, but it's Indy Label. Indy Label quickly races out to grab a clear-cut lead as they race up the chute, and she's in front by 3 lengths by the time they cross over. And here's Hymnal now, coming on to grab second. Classic Mysteries racing in third. So far, so good. Settles into fourth. Our Prayer mid-pack fifth. Playmaker far outside sixth. Political Spin buried at the inside seventh. Midway Vows advancing from eighth. Lee Meta Trainers ninth, and it's 5 back to American Splendor, who's 10 or 12 lengths off the leader, Indy Label, whose opening quarter was 23-1. As they hit the far turn, here's the half-mile time, 46-4. Demanding pace far turn for Indy Label. Hymnal not far behind second. Classic Mystery is right there, third and poised, while down inside. And Lee Meta Trainers rallying now, fourth on the outside, and gathering momentum is Lee Meta Trainer. So far, so good, and Political Spin is also starting to pick it up. So they come for the top of the stretch, wide off the turn, Indy Label. Lee Meta Trainer with a blitz on the far turn is up for the lead. In tight there was Indy Label. Classic Mystery tried to squeeze through toward the inside. Eighth pole, Lee Meta Trainer's wandering about the track, but is 2.5 lengths clear. Classic Mystery and Political Spin, they're down to the final 50, and Lee Met a Trainer is an upset off the pace winner by 4. Classic Mystery, Political Spin, and Indy Label. They're in the gate. As they head to the
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Bombs away. Lee Met, a trainer, comes with, not just a late kick to get him at the wire, but much the best effort there. Coming out for trainer Neil Pessin, Declan Cannon up. And one thing I do know, Tony Kalo, Mr. Pessin is going to be eating well tonight, my man. It's probably going to be Jack Fries. What do you think? He's going to be dining well. I know Pessin. He's going to have a few.
All right,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah, have a few good meals, that's for sure. So, knock some tickets out, that's for sure on that one. Pick 4, though, is here for you, Tone.
All right.
It's here for you. It's calling your name.
It is.
Hop on into the pick 4. Maybe you need to listen to Caitlin Free on this one.
Yeah.
She's got some inside scoop on a runner here coming out to number 9. What do you think, Caitlin? What do you got for us?
Well, thanks, Kevin. I think this is a horse that you maybe had a little bit of interested in as well. That is the 9 Balladry coming in for the Helen Pitts barn, and coming in off of a pretty sharp work last time out as well. But Helen has won 37% of her last 19 starts with a mid-size freshening, kind of a layoff around 46 to 90 days for an ROI of $7.42. That's pretty high. Also wanted to add a couple more stats in here. She's also won 22% of her last 27 starts in these claim level ranks for an ROI of $3.43 and an ROI also over $3 in 2024 in general. So a few things I do think points to this horse being live. Edgar Morales also does very good work with this barn. My only concern though is the track conditions. Both efforts over and off track have been well beaten efforts, but this is a much more realistic spot here.
Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. That's a good stat. We do get a little spacing since that last effort, that off effort at Ellis Park. I think another excuse, it could have been the track there at Ellis, but also that was a new top effort at Churchill Downs. Just sort of goes back a little bit, uses a lot to put forth that effort that she ran so well with getting the win 2 back. And possibly we get back to that form. I think we're going to need to face your top pick in here, number 6. Talk to us about Gloriette coming out for Marianne Shear. Another one who last race wasn't the best, but the recent form has been quite sharp.
Yeah, I liked her victory 3 races ago, and I even liked the runner-up effort to Reagan's Flame even better than the victory. I thought she ran exceptionally well in defeat. That was stepping up in class to a nice starter allowance race. Reagan's Flame looked good, winning on the 29th of July, validated that effort with another good-looking victory in the subsequent start. You know, recently at Horseshoe Indianapolis, that's a tough race, a first allowance condition. The runner-up comes back and gets to the winner's circle, and they just sizzled up front. They went 21-3 and 44-3, and she's still sticking around. She's in contention at the 8th pole, and she still had some fight to her. Now she's aggressively placed for $30,000, the level she was claimed, and quite frankly, I'm just not seeing an abundant amount of pace in this race. I think she can get a nice trip. I could see maybe the one extra extraordinary trying to show some speed along the inside, and I just think it's going to be a good favorable flow for Gloriette, so much that I was willing to make her my best bet on today's card.
Yeah, 3-1 currently on Gloriette. Seems like a fair price. Obviously, with this big field, got 11 runners, lots of different ways that you can go. Let's look at your third pick in here, number 1 on the rail, currently 14-1, offering the people a price. When you do this, Tony, I'm always interested. Extraordinary.
Yeah, she, well, at least she comes into this affair on a good note. She's rattled off 2 in a row. She has found some confidence, that's for sure. I figure she'll be forwardly positioned. I didn't see a tremendous amount of pace in the race initially when I was looking at it. And like I said, she enters this affair coming in on a positive note. There's others that have some question marks. You know, Evie's Encore, I think, deserves to be one of the contenders in this spot, but boy, her last race was just not her greatest. I didn't know what to think of her, and now she's in for 30,000. It seems like it's a good, realistic level. So maybe perhaps I should have flip-flopped the 4 in front of the 1 for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the siblings, though, Gettysburg ran huge, big figures, Tisway that way. Also looking at Divine Chargers, so LA Style. There could be more here for sure for extraordinary 3-year-old in a new barn. I wouldn't be surprised to see a good move forward.
She's going to have to step her game up. There's no question about it. I mean, the gals that she just defeated are not quite at this level.
All right, number 2, Sweet Chablis. Moving over to the main track from the turf for Brett Calhoun. Could be a big weekend for Calhoun. He's got Stilettos in the Pocahontas tomorrow. Figures-wise, Sweet Chablis fits with this field. We've got a big layoff since that first start as a 4-year-old running down at Sam Houston. And we should be fresh. You know, I think this is a good spot, a realistic spot for Sweet Chablis. If we can translate that turf form to the dirt, this one fits 10-1, kind of interesting. What do you think?
You know, I didn't know what to make of her. I'm not going to lie. I'm not really. I don't really follow a lot of the Louisiana Down, Evangeline Down, Sam Houston type of races, so I'm not sure the level of competition. I just saw a lengthy absence, and I saw a filly that looks like her better races are longer. So perhaps this could be a prep for a start or two down the line.
Yeah, definitely. What about number 4 in here, Evie's Encore? You mentioned this one. Do we excuse her effort with that start last out?
You know, I think that's the only thing you can do. If you're going to hold it against her, obviously you're not going to be backing her this afternoon. If you put the pen through that running line, the races before that are pretty good. She does have a very good race over a sealed muddy racetrack at Oaklawn when she resurfaced on the 4th of February. She's already won for 30,000 condition. This is an N3L30, so she's already fit this level, winning the N2L. So, you know, if you can forgive that recent race, you're going to get a little more value. She was a beaten favorite, and if you look at her last 5 races, she's never been nowhere near this high in the wagering.
All right, a lot of money going towards the 7. Opened up at that first click as the favorite. Currently 7-2 on Bourbon Breeze. Riley Mott sending this one out. Grabs Jose Ortiz to ride. You know, we've been going in the right direction. We really showed some talent as a 2-year-old, running some good figures at Keeneland and Gulfstream Park. We haven't gotten back to those efforts. Today could be the day.
Perhaps, you know, I'm really big on Gloriette, but they paid a lot of money for her once upon a time. She does win at Keeneland on debut, so she does have a victory over a fast racing surface, even though today we are talking about a wet racetrack. You know, I don't know what to make of her. It was her victory 2 backs against 3-year-olds. It's over the synthetic. There's some question marks, that's for sure. You know, why is she being offered up for $30,000 when she's already shown she can win at higher levels.
All right, what about number 10? I thought Very Wealthy was interesting. Coming out for Ted Lucas, we got a rider change. We got Irvi Moncada looking for the riding triple.
Yes.
With this one, that late rider change. The form is just going in the right direction. As a 3-year-old, established a good top as a 10 that fits against his company. Ran a 12 at Ellis last out. If we take that next step forward, we are definitely dangerous.
Yeah, maybe a little sneaky with her outside post. She definitely has elevated her game with the addition of blinkers. And, you know, that's what sometimes you have to look. You have to look at a horse's form and you have to ask yourself why the sudden improvement. Well, in this case, it would be with the addition of blinkers.
All right, Tony's best bet of the day comes in race number 7, Gloriette. I do like Gloriette. I also like Balladry at 6-1 in here. A lot of different ways you can go. I think there could be some value. Maybe you're not on top, definitely underneath. Take a look at the probables and the exacta. Cook up something nice. Take a stand. And Tony, you know you got to trust that luck.
On the track, race number 7. Moncada riding number 10. 7 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Baytown Lovely, Very Wealthy, and Bella Cruella. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very Wealthy with a great start. Quickly out for the lead. Gloriette emerging from the pack to grab second and race up to engage. Very Wealthy. These two speed off together. Extraordinary comes through toward the inside. Balladry's out racing in fourth. Evie's Encore is mid-pack in fifth. Sparkle of Hope is now sixth. Baytown Lovely's in seventh. Bourbon Breeze is eighth. Bella Corella is ninth. Just Sweet Rapides in 10th. And at the inside is Sweet Chebly, the trailer, but only 5 lengths off the lead. They're on the far turn. Very Wealthy going head-to-head with Gloriette. Very Wealthy secures the lead for the run of the far turn. The quarter was 21-4. These two knocking it out on that far turn together with Balladry hovering to their outside third. 3 lengths back, Extraordinary is racing in fourth. Sparkle of Hope comes wide along with Baytown Lovely. They're off the turn. Gloriette is up for the lead now. Gloriette, the leader, heading for the 3/16. Very Wealthy trying to grind away. Balladry still third. Extraordinary is in fourth. Je Suis Rapide is on the scene and is closing in. Final 16th, Gloriette, 2.5 length lead. Je Suis Rapide rolling down the center. Je Suis Rapide, indeed. Nailed Gloriette right on the wire. Tight for third, Extraordinary or Very Wealthy. Number 3, Je Suis Rapide first. Number 6, Gloriette was second. Photo for third. And number 1, Extra Extraordinary, was third. Number 10, Very Wealthy, fourth. Number 7, Bourbon Breeze, was fifth. Not official. Je suis Rapides, a 5-year-old daughter of Mr. Z. From Trois-Riolets by English Channel, owned and trained by Barry King with winning jockey Mitchell Moreau. Je suis Rapide, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Its official 8th race is up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 6, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Ramon Vasquez rides number 7, 27 minutes to post. And they're off. Very Wealthy with a great start. Quickly out for the lead. Gloriette emerging from the pack to grab second and race up to engage. Very Wealthy. These two speed off together. Extra Extraordinary comes through toward the inside. Balladry's out racing in fourth. Evie's Encore is mid-pack in fifth. Sparkle of Hope is now sixth. Baytown Lovely's in seventh. Bourbon Breeze is eighth. Bella Corella is ninth. Je suis Rapides in 10th. And at the inside is Sweet Chebley, the trailer, but only 5 lengths off the lead. They're on the far turn. Very Wealthy going head-to-head with Gloriette. Very Wealthy secures the lead for the run of the far turn. The quarter was 21-4. These two knocking it out on that far turn together, with Balladry hovering to their outside third. 3 lengths back, Extra Extraordinary is racing in fourth. Sparkle of Hope comes wide, along with Baytown Lovely. They're off the turn. Gloriette is up for the lead now. Gloriette, the leader, heading for the 3/16. Very Wealthy trying to grind away. Balladry still third. Extra Extraordinary is in fourth. Je suis Rapide is on the scene and is closing in. Final 16th, Gloriette, 2.5 length lead. Je suis Rapide rolling down the center. Je suis Rapide, indeed.
When you get proven quality at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products, it feels like you're winning. Find the proven quality you love at lower than low prices with Kroger brand products. Only at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
The turn, Rocket Can rolls up and grabs the lead. Down to the wire, a gutsy winner there.
J Sweet Rapide got to do it to me like that. I got off that train a couple back. I was chasing J. Sweet Rapide, and I just got off too soon. Big late run, Mighty Mitchell Merle up, putting the blinkers on, changing surface, going to Virginia and back, all that sort of stuff helps get that mind focused. We can see the jockey cam footage of Gloriette at the front, trying to get to the wire.
Wire.
What are we thinking? Are we pushing hard enough here, Tone?
You know, what are you going to do? Very Wealthy really took it to Gloriette, or Gloriette kind of tried to go with Very Wealthy, and obviously it cost her in the concluding stages. Je suis rapide in the center of the track.
Yeah, trained by Barry King. Nice, another win there. Always pops it forward when she wants to throw her best out there, and today she did. Hopefully you're alive. There's been some prices. Lee Meta trainer, J. Sweet Rapide, pick 5, pick 6. It's going to be some good payouts. What about these 2-year-olds coming to us here? What about this opportunity for money back from Twin Spires? $10, up to $10. If you put that win bet in, opt in first, put that win bet in. If your horse runs second or third, just like yours did, Tone, that last one, you get your $10 back. That's just for race 8 today. So take advantage of that. Thanks to the good folks at Twin Spires. All right, seems like a wide open race. We looked at this one. We took a lot of horses in our pick 6s, but the pool is telling us number 3 is the one. Maybe Caitlin Free can give us some guidance. Should we lean on her?
Yeah, why not?
Caitlin, what's going on down the paddock?
We'll see, but we got a full group of juvenile fillies coming up here in race number 8. Some really well-bred horses coming up in this race as well. We have one that's out of a half-sister to the Great Lady Aurelia. That one for Steve Asmussen. We have a half-sister to a multiple Grade 1 winner in Adari Manor, and a daughter of a champion. That is the one you're seeing on the screen. That is the number 1 in the Stars. Happens to be my live long shot play of the day up there at 14-1. I was a big fan of her dam. That was Stellar Wind. She hasn't had much luck yet as a broodmare. First 2 foals to race, though, were by Galileo, and I thought that was kind of a mismatch of a breeding. Coolmore does own Stellar Wind, so it kind of makes sense that they sent her to the late Galileo with, she is by Curlin, so I like the pairing a little bit more with Into Mischief, who is the sire of this filly. And Rusty Arnold, not one that pops that often with first-time starters, but if he's going to, it's going to be in these fall meets here at Churchill that we're going to see it. This filly has some good works and has been working in the mornings with Kilwin for this barn, who was a last out stakes winner at Kentucky Downs. It is now a 2 for 2, but a big day yesterday for the Arnold barn, going 2 for 2. So I'm going to go with the hot hand here with this filly, 15-1. I can't pass that up.
Yeah, 15-1 is a great price. Love all that information. I think In the Stars definitely has a shot here. Edgar Morales up on this one. All right, Tony, your top pick. We've got a lot to get through in this field. All these 2-year-olds coming out. First Class Lady. 6-5, opens up at 4-5. What do you think about this second-time starter?
Well, I always like Saratoga debuters, 2-year-olds that run at Saratoga. It's been one of my handicapping angles for years. Also like beaten favorites. This one was 3-2 in the debut. Runs second to a good-looking winner who came back and ran second in the Grade 1 Spinaway, missing to Immersive. I think she deserves the top billing, but I can't fault those that are going to go shopping for value, because there's a lot of 2-year-olds with good blood and possibly can make better accounts of themselves than some of their debut runs.
Yeah, had that lead and got softened up a little bit by a long shot, and Quiet Side took advantage and pulled away. Much the best, but should improve. Jose Ortiz up for Steve Asmussen. That's a strong angle, 27% out of 37 times. Your second pick, my top pick, the market's second pick as well, is Evanescence coming out for Eddie Keneally. Munnings filly, who took a little bit of money on debut, not a ton, but ran well, I think, after a tough start and really in a tough spot at the end. I like the fact that she didn't quit. She kept on fighting through there to split some horses. I think we should improve off that effort. Like the work tab coming into this, running at Keeneland. Working with Firefight, who ran a good figure at Kentucky Downs, but didn't get the win. Good company in the mornings. I think this one should improve.
And the fact that she ran against Echo Sound, who looked pretty good winning last night, I think that only helps Evanescence's case here. She is a logical contender, and she deserves probably to be the second choice.
All right. What about also in here, We both like the 5, Taverna, right? Coming out for Brendan Walsh. This
Well,
Twirling Candy
the
filly.
announcer at Ellis didn't do his Google pronunciation in time for the start of the race. We're going to blame it on somebody else other than that guy. But a Taverna, or Taverna is where we're Googling it now. You know, she ran well. She got a good pace to run after with a 22-2 opening quarter, and it had a good turn of foot in the final quarter of a mile. You know, if you like her, it's hard not to like Eunomia also, who ran well and showed some promise also in her first start.
Yeah, it absolutely was the favorite in that first race, right? And coming out for Brendan Walsh's barn, first-time starter. Know that the
bigger price with the Eunomia at 17-1 versus this 8-1 on Taverna.
Yeah, Eunomia coming out number 9, coming out for Vicky Oliver. Tiz the Law filly has been just lighting up, just firing bullets left and right at Keeneland. Seems like the work's been good since that first start there. Vicky Oliver, stronger numbers with the second time starters and the first time starters. Corrales back up, and yeah, 17-1. You got to love that price.
Yeah, you really do. I remember in the race call, I was, wow, this 9's really advancing nicely. Eunomia number 9 today. She was advancing very nicely and just got a little discouraged. Empirical Mischief was one of 2 gals that had afternoon racing experience, and so her and the other one had a little bit more advantage over some of the first timers. But if you're on Taverna, it's hard not to have a case here for Eunomia as well.
What about number 8, Complex Secret? You've got this one in 4th.
You know, another one of my angles talking about Saratoga debuters, the fact that Kenny McPeak thought enough to run her at Saratoga. I always look forward to that when they come back and when that meet is ended. She was somewhat forward in that start and got a little tired in the late stages. She was lugging in. You know, she has a right to improve. Second-time starters, you know, young horses just make leaps and bounds out of nowhere, and that's how you blow up boards. And at 24-1, maybe worth a little bit of a long shot look.
Yeah, Complexities have been running well. I think another long shot, number 11, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, favorite on debut. Now sitting here at 18-1. Now Caitlin Free, she's in the paddock. She's looking at these 2-year-olds, these babies in the flesh. How about a paddock pick for us, Caitlin? What are you seeing?
The number 5 in here, and physically I think she's taken a step forward since we saw her at Ellis. Her coat is glistening. She just looks very, very athletic, just a really racy looking type of a filly as I'm getting a chance to look at her, and I think she's going to move up over this off track. She is by Twirling Candy out of a successful Peel mare, and that is mud breeding all day long. So the 5 Taverna, for a multitude of different reasons, I think is going to be the paddock pick here. All
right, thank you so much, Caitlin. Good group. This is what's so fun. We've been talking about it left and right with the Pocahontas and the Iroquois tomorrow. That Road to the Derby kicks off. All those dreams of having a strong 2-year-old in your barn, maybe a strong 2-year-old long shot in your plays. Take a swing in here. If you love that 3, maybe just find some prices underneath. Maybe single in this last pick 3 of the day. No matter what you do, take a stand, make a confident play, push all in, do all that stuff that us degenerate gamblers love to do. Play this race. Get it right. Trust your luck.
On the track, race number 8, scratch 6, and then scratch 13 on down. Vasquez rides the 7. We are 7 minutes to post. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Catnip Hill. No Sleep Till Brooklyn and Zealous Moon. Waiting for Zealous Moon. They're in the gate. And they're off. Complex Secret with a good starting. Kai with some early zip as well. And Kai comes on through to put a nose in front. Complex Secret is right there racing in second. Purple and Gold advancing toward the inside with First Class Lady. And backing out of there, Taverna. So scramble on early. So down the back. In fact, Taverna had to steady. So down the back stretch they go. And Purple and Gold comes on through to take the lead. Kai is racing in second. Complex Secret is racing third. First Class Lady toward the inside is now fourth. Taverna's back on track and is racing in fifth. No Sleep Till Brooklyn is now sixth. Evanescence is seventh and down toward the rail. You Know Me is racing in eighth and only 5 lengths off to lead in. The Stars is back in 10th. Zealous Moon's 11th and Catnip Hill is at the back. So around the far turn. In between, it's Kai. At the inside, it's Purple and Gold. And these two head and head with Complex Secret. No Sleep Till Brooklyn is there. In behind, Taverna needs to find a way through. Evanescence is weaving through the pack as well. They race for the mid-stretch marker. Here comes Evanescence, who found a seam and comes charging on through. Evanescence is up for the lead. Complex Secret back into second. No Sleep Till Brooklyn on the outside. Final 16th. Evanescence and Luis Saez kick clear late, and they will score by 2.5. It's tight for second. Maybe No Sleep Till Brooklyn over Complex Secret. Taverna was fourth. Evanescence is a 2-year-old daughter of Munnings from lovely Karina by Pioneer of the Nile, owned by Green Lantern Stables, trained by Eddie Keneally. The winning jockey, Luis Saez. Evanescence, bred in Kentucky by Stud TNT. It's official. The time is 1:11.04. Advancing to the 9th race today, kicks off the late double. Note that number 2, Lilu, will race with Lasix. Lasix for number 2, Lilu, in the 9th in 26 minutes. They're in the gate. And they're off. Complex Secret with a good starting. Kai Kai with some early zip as well. And Kai Kai comes on through to put a nose in front. Complex Secret is right there racing in second. Purple and Gold advancing toward the inside with First Class Lady. And backing out of there, Taverna. It's a scramble on early. So down the back, in fact, Taverna had to steady. So down the back stretch they go. And Purple and Gold comes on through to take the lead. Kai Kai's racing in second. Complex Secret is racing third. First Class Lady toward the inside is now fourth. Taverna's back on track and is racing in fifth. No Sleep Till Brooklyn is now sixth. Evanescence is seventh and down toward the rail. You Know Me is racing in eighth and only 5 lengths off to lead in. The Stars is back in 10th. Zealous Moon's 11th and Catnip Hill is at the back. So around the far turn. In between, it's Kai Kai. At the inside, it's Purple and Gold. And these two head and head with Complex Secret. No Sleep Till Brooklyn is there. In behind, Taverna needs to find a way through. Evanescence is weaving through the pack as well. They race for the mid-stretch marker. Here comes Evanescence, who found a seam and comes charging on through. Evanescence is up for the lead. Complex Secret back into second. No Sleep Till Brooklyn on the outside. Final 16th. Evanescence and Luis Saez kick clear late, and they will score by 2.5. It's tight for second. Maybe No Sleep Till Brooklyn over Complex Secret. Taverna was fourth.
Kentucky Derby. Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Good race there. Effervescence makes a bold move to split foes and you know, really show that late kick. But there's a lot of horses in there, I think, that you want to take out of that one. Eddie Keneally, trainer Luis Saez, up another win for him. Keneally's got some good 2-year-olds, specifically the fillies.
Yeah, without a doubt. Great run from her. Got bet hard in the late stages, down to 2-1. Nice to see No Sleep Till Brooklyn, who was favored against Echo Sound and Evanescence, come back with a much better effort in her second career start.
Love it. The 2-year-olds are putting on the shows for us. Love to see.
That's a race that we've got to go back and watch so many times because if you only watch it once or twice, you're going to miss so much stuff that happened.
Yeah, especially the position early. It seemed like that was huge in there. All right, we've got Caitlin with us. Bow draw, Caitlin Free. Maybe you're going to give us a little insight in this Colonial Downs runner who looked very good at Ellis in that last effort there. So give us some scoop on bow draw.
Well, thanks, Kevin, and we can agree to disagree about the disqualification that put Bow Draw up last time out at Ellis Park. She was 40-1 when she got elevated there, but prior to that, we were very familiar with her at Colonial Downs, had a couple of runs over the turf there, but I think it's just maybe a little bit better over that dirt surface. Is going to be coming in here for Monica Magoe and Sebastian Saez, and Monica's a very capable conditioner. She does a lot of good work in the Mid-Atlantic. We're going to see some more of her here this meet. She's got a few other entries coming up, but we may not be quite as familiar with Sebastian Saez here in Kentucky as they are more so in New York. He was at Arlington for a point, and just in the Mid-Atlantic in general. And the Asmussen brothers aren't the only ones in the jocks room now. This is Luis Saez's younger brother here, Sebastian, who kind of has made himself now a mainstay here in Kentucky over the last couple of years. Luis has, so it's going to be interesting to follow Sebastian alongside brother Luis. And with this last out winner here, I think could be capable over the off track here at a little bit of a price, 23-1. Longest shot, or almost longest shot on the board.
Yeah, 23-1. Yeah, brothers. Nothing like getting your brother in the locker room with you to get you fired up and doing your best. You know, we got the Hernandez brothers. Yeah, good to see Louis having a great meet so far. See if his little brother can follow suit. Bow draw. I liked that DQ last time, Tone. That worked out well for me. I think it's gonna be part of the pace. I think the pace is a big factor in here. That we've got some forward runners. I know you have some interest in number 3 in here, Speedy Traveler, also a front runner.
Yeah, and I think a real front runner in the fact that she's able to show speed in shorter distances. We're going 7 furlongs today, and she blazes along when going 6 and 5.5, and you know she has won over a wet racetrack. Is she regressing? That is the big question mark. It seems like her figures have gone down since arriving here in Kentucky, and then you know an improved effort recently at Saratoga. I'm just hoping that she can ration out the speed, that Jaime Torres can ration out her early speed and get her to that 7 furlongs with at a good price. She should be a nice price today.
It does seem like she could be circling back. It was a little bit of a move forward in that last effort, looking at that third and her best is definitely good enough. Yes, rationing out the speed, I think, is the key for Phil Bauer's trainer, who just fired that nice bullet recently. Yeah. Seems like we are sharp, speedy.
And, you know, her one poor effort, I mean, she went so fast. She went 21-1 and 44-1. 21-1 is just, it's unrealistic to think you're going to continue to keep on going. They've got to get her to slow down a lot here in the opening quarter.
Yeah, you got to think maturity, 4-year-old, could be time for her to get it all figured out and just command that race. Number 2 in here, commanding the markets, opens up at 1-9. Lilu coming out for Nacho Correas, Jose Ortiz up. New York bred, been facing Stakes Company, graded Stakes Company at that, a few back. Is in great form, hasn't been getting the wins, but has been putting some honest efforts against a classier group, or classier by race title at least.
Yeah, I mean, the last time she was an allowance race, she was victorious as the 7-5 favorite. That was over a good racetrack in early February at Aqueduct. You know, I think it's a very good effort here over the surface in late May in the winning colors, a graded race in which she is chasing Clearly Unhinged, who looked excellent winning that race. She deserves top billing.
Yeah, I think she can get a good trip, has that inside draw, will have some speed forward. Doesn't want to lose touch with them too much, but I think she'll get a nice tracking or stalking trip. Works have looked good coming into this moving solo at Keeneland. For Correas, Jockey's top play of the day, number 6 in here. I think at this price, I'm a little bit even more interested in Uppercase. Paulo Lobo's American Pharaoh filly, who was very impressive at Ellis Park last time, getting that 5 1/4 length victory.
Yeah, I really liked her on that particular day. I might have made her my best bet that day. She looked sensational winning. We'll see how she does today against this group. She's in good form. I think she should work out a pretty nice trip. I could see her being right there behind Speedy Traveler, 2nd or 3rd through the early stages, and trying to get first run on some of the closers. So she has every right to continue. And 5-1, I don't know what's going on with that price. Maybe they're just not happy Joe's on her. I'm not sure.
Could be the case. You never know. But I do like the fact that the late pace figures from Uppercase have been very strong.
We kid because we love, Joe. We kid because we love.
She's taken on some slow paces and still had a ton left there at the end. I think getting the distance won't be a problem as we add an extra furlong to that last effort. Who else are we interested in here? What about the number 5? I see you've got a little interested in Mucho Macho Girl coming out for Dallas Stewart. T-Gaff up, 4-year-old filly who's got some early jets. Maybe she'll use them.
Yeah, you know, she did fire at first asking when she won her maiden special weight race in early March as a 3-year-old. She did not come back to the races for quite some time. Didn't fire too much thereafter, but the 2 races after that were solid. And, you know, she's run 2 bad races in a row, but that was a long time ago. That was in March and April. I like the fact that Dallas has given her plenty of time off, and you just never know. Sometimes horses cycle through good and bad form, and perhaps the layoff will have her rejuvenated and she can come back with a good race.
Yeah, have to hoist the gold. Know that he always impressed winning at Greatest Stakes level. Be Like Water, number 1, Vicky Oliver's runner, working with Take a Stand, a multiple stakes placed 5-year-old mare. So keeping good companies in the mornings. Hasn't been in the best form recently, but maybe we just needed those to sort of find our best stride. Exits that race at Colonial, where I didn't really have an excuse, but Lady Rattler came back and ran very well. Chitara always very dangerous.
Yeah, you know, see Taxed and Royal Spa and the company lines. It's just been such a long time since she's really strutted her stuff. You got to go all the way back to early June in 2022 when she was victorious.
All right, I've got the chalk. Tony's got a nice little price there, 4-1 on Speedy Traveler. Last daily double of the day. Track still sloppy. We'll see how they get it done here. Going 7 furlongs in race number 9.
On the track, race number 9, number 2, with Lasix. Double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, high 5. 6 minutes. Post time in a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for uppercase and lure him in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lure him in and uppercase. The two of them break out together and break out looking for the lead as they race up the chute and down inside. Speedy Traveler and Lilu is not far behind, and Be Like Water with a forward spot as well. So on to the main track they go. Lure him in goes head in head with Speedy Traveler, and Speedy Traveler steps out to take a clear lead. Lure him in backs off into second. Uppercase not far behind them. Third, Lilu toward the inside advancing with an opening down toward the rail. Mucho Macho Girl on the far outside is up into fifth, and Be Like Water's now sixth, and Bow Draw at the back in seventh. Far turn, the opening quarter reasonable, 23-2. It is Speedy Traveler with Lure 'em In right alongside. These two still head and head for the lead. 2 lengths back, Lilu's coming under pressure down inside of Uppercase. Uppercase is up into third. Lilu is under the whip and is back into fourth. Mucho Macho Girl switches outside from fifth. They're off the turn. Speedy Traveler still in front and dashes away to a 2.5 length lead. Lure 'em In is giving way. Uppercase is up into second, and Lilu is still fourth. Speedy Traveler is still first, and she's gone. Speedy Traveler with a 5 length lead as they come for the wire and will win by nearly 6. Speedy Traveler first, Uppercase second, Bow Draw rallied to grab third, and Lure 'em In was fourth. Number 3, Speedy Traveler first. Number 6, Uppercase was second. Number 4, Bow Draw was third. Number 7, Lure 'em In was fourth. And number 2, Lilu, fifth. Not official. Speedy Traveler is a 4-year-old daughter of First Samurai from Less Traveled by Gotcha Gold. Owned by Rigney Racing, trained by Phil Bauer, the winning jockey Jaime Torres. Speedy Traveler, bred in Kentucky by Nicholas Lotz. The time for the race was 1:23.69 seconds. And it's official. In the 10th race, scratch numbers 1 and 4. 1 and 4 are out of the finale. $25 minutes. And they're off. Lure 'em in and uppercase. The two of them break out together and break out looking for the lead as they race up the chute and down inside. Speedy Traveler and Lilu is not far behind, and Be Like Water with a forward spot as well. So onto the main track they go. Lure 'em in goes head in head with Speedy Traveler, and Speedy Traveler steps out to take a clear lead. Lure 'em in backs off into second. Uppercase not far behind them. Third, Lilu toward the inside advancing with an opening down toward the rail. Mucho Macho Girl on the far outside is up into fifth, and Be Like Water's now sixth, and Bow Draw at the back in seventh. Far turn, the opening quarter reasonable, 23 and 2. It is Speedy Traveler with Lure 'em in right alongside. These two still head and head for the lead. 2 lengths back, Lilu's coming under pressure down inside of Uppercase. Uppercase is up into third. Lilu is under the whip and is back into fourth. Mucho Macho Girl switches outside from fifth. They're off the turn. Speedy Traveler still in front and dashes away to a 2.5 length lead. Lure 'em in is giving way. Uppercase is up into second, and Lilu is still fourth. Speedy Traveler is still first, and she's gone. Speedy Traveler with a 5 length lead as they come for the wire and will win by nearly 6. Speedy Traveler first, Uppercase second, Bow Draw rallied to grab third, and Lure 'em in was fourth.
Elegance is an attitude. Nujin.
All right, Speedy Traveler, very impressive, winning that one gate to wire. Phil Bauer trainee, that got that Bauer power, gets it done there. Jaime Torres up, leading rider at Ellis Park over the summer. And Tony Kalo, you asked the question of Speedy Traveler, and she answered.
Jaime answered. I asked him to get there to ration that energy, and nice ride. You know, they went nice and slow for 7 furlongs. You know, Speedy Traveler, she can go 21 and change. You had to be a little bit encouraged when you saw the 23 and 2, and you saw Lilu kind of pushing behind. I was like, hey, we got a puncher's chance, and she kept on going.
Yeah, that was the maturity you wanted to see from her,
yes.
and also from Torres, you know, just to be able to get that ride, to get that horse to relax in that sort of way and really just ration it out, as you're saying. So big congrats there. Nice pick by you, and it might have been part of the equation to set up this very interesting last race. We've got the Derby City 6 full payout to the 12. If the 12 wins, a current favorite at 9-5. If the 3 or the 9 wins,
41,000, Kev. You got to tell them the numbers.
Yeah, 41,000.
Just 41. Just jump change.
Full. It's a big score. 41,000. Full payout there. The 3 or the 9 wins. I think the second and third most logical runners in this one. You could make an argument for that. We will argue about that. That pays out. Anybody else, we get a full carryover, right?
That'd be sweet.
6, 7, and 8 wins. Either one of those wins, we get a carryover in that pick 5. If the 8 wins in the pick 4, it's like $140,000 score.
Incredible payoffs, man.
Big payouts here at Churchill Downs. It'll be interesting to see some carryover money hit that pool tomorrow. We've got a big one in store. And if you want some inside information into what's going down at Churchill Downs, the stakes card tomorrow, all things good. Caitlin Free, where should people go to get that?
Well, the action doesn't have to end here after the nightcap. Make sure you tune in after these races to Inside Churchill Downs. Going to be coming up just a little while on, that's going to be on the ESPN Louisville radio station, hosted by Darren, as well as KK, and Joe is going to be the special guest on Inside Churchill Downs tonight coming up. And I'm going to be at least there next week, maybe the week after, maybe Joe once again. We'll have to see on that, but Joe going to be on board for Inside Churchill Downs coming up after the races. And Churchill Downs today going to kick off a little bit earlier tomorrow with that extended card and stakes action. We have 11:30 a.m. coming up tomorrow morning for Churchill Downs today, but a good one coming up here in the finale, and I'm going to catch up with trainer Jordan Blair before the post parade coming up here for this race. But a really good race to kick off this card, and a really challenging one at that.
All right, thank you so much, Caitlin. All your work today leading the people through the card from the paddock. Let's look at the top pick in here for you, Mr. Tony Kalo. Number 3 coming out here would be a good payout in that pick 6 for some lucky ticket holders out there. One cool dude trained by Jordan Blair, and definitely a love of yours. I know he just brings it every time.
Yeah, Joe got me on this horse. I've been a big fan of Spycraft, and when he defeated Spycraft 3 races ago, I was like, all right, I'm still not on One Cool Dude yet. I'm still with Spycraft. But then One Cool Dude came back and looked awesome winning on the 21st of June. So much that I made him my best bet of the day to start that 29th of July card at Ellis. You had like a salt shaker. It was bragging rights between the two of us. You got me. I'm hoping I get you today. One Cool Dude. All I need is a fast horse and a cool buzz, and I'm fine. One Cool Dude. There's my Jeff Spicoli for you guys.
Yeah, he's been in good form out there at the beginning of this.
He really has.
And 2 good efforts. He just brings it every time. I think he could get a good setup in terms of the pace. I think he'll be forward, right, but just stalk those and bring his late runs. So inside draw, I think there's a lot to like about Jordan Blair's horse in there. 3-1, fair price, right?
Fair price. The cool thing about him is that he gets himself into the race. So, he's not committed to going all out, and he's not committed to making that late run. He's versatile and tactical enough to be right there.
He likes to have the throwdown in the stretch. The fans love it as well.
Yeah.
And Travis Stone will call it with flair. Yes, I'm a beast. Got this outside draw here. Currently 2-1. Opens up as the favorite. Full $41,000 payout in that Derby City 6. You just can't question the form for this one. Running 4s on thoroughgraphs. Getting 5 wins in a row for this 5-year-old. If we just keep that form in Kentucky, I think we're very dangerous. Draws to the outside. We're going to shoot to the lead. Is that how I see it? Luis Saez up. Obviously, he's riding lights out here in Kentucky, the current leading rider. Just 2 days in. So I think we draw nicely. I think we've got the form, the speed, the fastest horse. If we can just keep that form, that's the question. And as long as they don't cook too fast. But I think he's got a little bit more in the tanks out of the gates than the other front runners.
Yeah, he looks legit, that's for sure. 5 in a row. I guess the question mark, like we're all wondering, is will that Florida form translate here into Kentucky? I would have to assume, without really, and I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't really go and look at a lot of the competition he was facing. I would have to think like a salt shaker, One Cool Dude, are probably as good, if not better, than anything he's faced in Florida. The
last one he beat was a kind of a similar horse at that same level, the starter allowance, sort of claiming crown level horse from Safi Joseph. So it was a good one, but the rest of the field was nothing like some of these other runners in here. So I do think, at least in that last race, beating Concrete Glory, that was a nice one. I think Concrete Glory was with us in the claiming crown last year. All right, we've got number 9 in here. Let's look to the 9, then we'll go to the 10. I know we got to talk about Spycraft, but with the live ticket to Like a Salt Shaker in that Derby City 6, Brittany Vandenberg's 6-year-old was a little bit south in terms of form at Churchill here over the summer. Righted that ship at Ellis Park, got it done in the slop, as you mentioned, over One Cool Dude. Went on up to Hawthorne, South Cicero, and threw down, beating Richie's on a roll, those Richie horses. I assume that's Richard Raven, Larry Ravelli. Yep. I'm not quite sure, but it tends to be that case. 3.5 lengths. I think we're in our best form. Doesn't need to be forward, can come from off of it. Just a versatile sort, just a really hard-knocking, cool horse.
Yeah, these are some of my favorite horses to watch. As a fan, to call as an announcer, to analyze as an analyst. The cool horse.
And we got to talk about, Spycraft, number 10, Jason Cook, Cookie Monster, coming out of that win last out at Ellis Park. What do you think about Spycraft?
I've been a big fan of him throughout, and I thought his last race was as good as any races I've seen from him.
All right, well, you talked the markets into making your top pick the favorite, 9-5 on One Cool Dude. Let's see who gets it done in this Derby City 6. Maybe a carryover in that, maybe a carryover in that pick 5. Lots of reasons to tune in tomorrow. Also, those stakes races coming at you tomorrow here at Churchill Downs.
On the track for the last race today, scratch numbers 1 and 4, 8 minutes to post.
Six minutes to post, coming up now to the nightcap. I'm joined here in the paddock by Jordan Blair, trainer of the 3, One Cool Dude. It's been a big year for you in 2024. This horse has played a big role in that. He was good last year, but has really taken a step forward this year. Is there anything really specific that you can attribute that to?
I think just his maturity. When horses enter our barn for a long time, we get to learn about them a lot, for a while. And from where he came from, a friend of mine, Dan Sanner, he's just really gotten better with every step of the way. Churchill Downs has been a big part in that. He loves it here. He's won 3 races. I see a 4th in his future, hopefully today. But he lives up to his name. He's a really cool dude. He's a barn favorite.
He's a horse that was a lot more forward this time last year. It kind of seemed like almost a need the lead type. He's really been able to relax and kind of shown a new dimension this year. Do you think that maybe has a little bit more to do with the switch of the rider to Jareth Loveberry just being a good fit for him?
There's no doubt about it. When he made the lead, it was usually he was the lone speed. And when he wasn't and got into a speed duel, he'd usually spit the bit. So that was a goal of ours, to get him relaxed off the speed, starting with the first race at Churchill this year, and Jareth fit him like a glove. And you know, he hasn't taken a bad step or made a bad move with him yet, and I don't think he will today.
Want to ask also about linebacker that's going to be coming up tomorrow. Broke his maiden, coming off a little bit of layoff last time out at Ellis Park. Got Lasix for the first time. He's taking on a little bit of a tough field tomorrow, but there's also horses taking on winners for the first time and some veterans in that group. But he's been a horse that has been really impressive in the mornings. Physically, he looks like he's really just taken a step forward. He just seems like he's thriving right now.
Yeah, he's kind of a beast. We really like him. We've liked him since day one. His maiden win was very impressive last time. He's worked really well since. He's matured physically. He's a really big, long, strong horse, and we're excited to see what he'll do tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Jordan. Best of luck, not only here with One Cool Dude, but tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes coming up now till the nightcap. Good luck.
Post time in a minute.